Hey, hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Chip. Hi, Jameson. Hi, Narix. Hi, Salik. Campfire Cooking Another World? Oh my god, that's like the best anime. I mean, that's the one that I watched not too long ago as well. It's really good. Season 1 and Season 2. I cannot wait for more. I don't know if there's gonna be more, but I hope so. But still, hope you're doing good. I had... How do I say this? I kind of had a horrendous morning. But it's okay. I'm okay. I'm okay, right? I'm okay. Last night was very interesting too, right? I wanted to... last night was very weird. Nothing happened, right? Nothing bad happened at all yesterday. I had the best day, and then my scary sister is not back yet, and we had a good time together. Me, mom, and two of my other sister, and also my nephew. We all went out to shopping. We all went out to eat together, spending time, right? And then it's like all of a sudden, after dinner time, something hits me hard, and I just suddenly went down into several episodes last night before I went to sleep. It's like, huh. It was... I cannot... It's something that I really cannot explain. I don't know what's happening, right? So that, and also in the morning, it just like feels... My brain was in a bad place for some reason. I don't get it, right? I'm feeling like nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened. It could be like the best few days of my in a long time, right? And then suddenly that hits me last night, which it was very weird. Went into like several episodes, had severe depressions. My brain keeps just like degrading myself non-stop. I just couldn't stop it. Makes me smile so much. Yeah, that anime is good. Reincarnated as a vending machine? I never heard of that, but vending machine? Interesting. A lack of protein? I don't know. Protein is meat of some sort, right? I think I eat a lot of meat. I don't know. It just suddenly hits me. But in a way, I think maybe I know why. Because at the back of my mind, I mean, now that I'm not in a very dark place, I feel like. Also, there's construction going on. Well, not really construction, but the air conditioner cleaning services is still going on. So there might be some machinery noises in the background. Sorry if you guys can hear that. I can really avoid not receiving that one. Because it could be something wrong with your diet environment. Anything could trigger the lack of dopamine, I guess. Yeah, it's just weird. But I think there's one thing that I can sort of make a guess, right? Because at the back of my mind, wait, she can probably get out of bed. Yeah, we need to play RV. Morning, Ako. Morning. Welcome. I don't know if this is me venting though. It's just kind of weird. I mean, it's not that anything bad happened. It's just kind of weird. But also at the same time, I think I can kind of guess what happened and what caused me to have this. Right? I guess I can kind of guess. So I mentioned that I streamed for 5 years, right? So 2 days ago, I mentioned that I streamed for 5 years, and I've been convincing myself not to look at numbers and stuff and just have fun, and I honestly did, right? I honestly did have fun. Like, streaming is where I can really be happy or something like that, right? Or I can be more myself than myself in like safe space in general. Something that I like to do. I really like to. And then, yeah. Oh, broken fish dragon bread. You're right? Oh my god. Hey, welcome. I'm kind of like, I'm kind of talking about some issue? And I don't know if that issue, but right? You can go and try and find with your friends. Of course, have fun with your that's yeah, family. Have fun with your family, Selic. Also, I'm gonna get the fly after. Hope you feel better, lots. I will try. Thank you. I still love that baby. Is that? That's a leg rub. Leg rub. Well, yeah. So I've been streaming for 5 years, and I've been trying to convince myself not to look at the numbers. And I don't know. I feel like yesterday or last night, I was thinking about it. It's like it's been 5 years, and I feel like I've achieved not a lot, right? Because honestly, I've seen. I mean, it. Oh, okay. I mean, I just. Connection didn't drop, but OBS decides to drop. Okay, I think I'm back. OBS don't like me. OBS doesn't like me spitting the truth, huh? But I'm still gonna do it anyway. I don't know why I got cut off by this connection. I mean, OBS, my connection didn't drop, but somehow it just drops for some reason. I don't know, but yeah. So for 5 years, I feel like I didn't really achieve much. Right? Maybe that's why that caused me to have a bit of a spiral last night. I mean, yeah, it's only that there's only myself to blame, so right? So it's kind of a weird feeling, right? I'm self-aware, I know what's going on. I haven't been able to spend as much time trying to improve my stream or improve the things that I do on stream, to be honest, right? It's always just been me on stream, and I think that's pretty much it, right? The reality of the fact is that I'm not really that memorable, so right, I did notice quite a bit of a situation where people stop by for a bit and then never come back after. It's fair though, right? I'm not blaming them at all, right? I'm blaming myself here, to be honest. Like it'll be unfair. It'll be extremely unfair of me to actually blame that on someone else. No, right? So I had a long thought, and maybe that's why that caused me to go on a bit of a mental spiral last night. It's right. It's a little bit of me, but it is what it is, right? So knowing that, and I was trying to think of like maybe there's something that I can do, but I just I have no idea. I have no idea like how to improve myself in this regard, question mark. Right, it's just like these very confusing things that I've been thinking of lately, or last night especially. So that also makes me think like I don't know, right? There's too many streamers now, so most people stick to watching their friend group most of the time. Yeah, that too, right? Which is fair, right? It's something. I mean, I also stick to watching my friend group as well. So yeah, you're absolutely right on that one. And I don't know, right? I don't know. I feel like I could have achieved. I'm looking for stream that don't feel like are just about money. Yeah, of course, right? In a way, I should right? I know I've been convincing myself not to look at numbers and stuff, right? But sometimes it's kind of like it hits me a little bit, right? And sometimes it hits me like last night. It's like 5 years and I don't really achieve anything here. So it just kind of happens last night. So it kind of caused me to have a bit of a bit. But I promise I'm okay. I guess it's just something that happens a little bit sometimes. In a way, I guess it's good because that I guess having that thought is like I want to improve myself in a way, but I just need to figure out how, right? Not like what I can do and stuff like that. Because to be honest, I'm gonna sell out to a VP. This stream is sponsored by something brand VPN. And again, that too, my numbers are benefiting getting raids. But that too. So that it's just kind of a weird feeling, to be honest. But at the same time, I feel like it's also hard for me as well because being in this is a little bit of like a 先天 how do I say 先天条件? Let me go to Google real quick. Give me a second. 先天条件 innate condition, I guess. Hi, Dragon Colony. There are some like conditions or innate conditions. I don't know if that's a real word that I can use, but you know, some people have like experience in this field already before they started doing streams on Twitch. You know, they have like video making experiences, engagement experiences, right? Those things are like the innate ones. They worked for it before they started streaming, of course, right? And I feel like because me, I started from zero essentially. I have no experience. I don't know what I was doing. I have no friends who are willing to like just stop by my stream. I mean, like my real life friends, right, is what I'm trying to say. So real life friends or family, they don't really like come in and watch it when I tell them something like that. It's hard to say. I hear, is that chocobo noises? Hi Tony. I'm here twice now. Welcome again, Breaky. I missed a little chat. Less rooms are full, less rooms, but it's cool. I like when people type in chat. Yeah, I feel like that too. Also, hi Toon, hi Floofy, hi Velfra. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Cobalt. More Cobalt? Heck yeah. I'm typing Chinese. Hi. Indian chocolates without chicken? What were you playing? I haven't done that yet. I haven't done the thing. Final Fantasy... That's 4... No, that's 16, right? That's 16, not 14, right? Roman numerals is hard for me to read. 16? Okay. 16 is the newest one, right? Or newest in the mainline series. I think that's what I should say. It is? Oh, I'm so clever. Oh my god. But yeah, welcome in Raiders from Toon. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. But yeah, I was having a little bit of talk about like what happened to me. I mean, it was supposed to be a happy day, but it is. It just suddenly happened towards the end of the day, and then suddenly went to a dark place or something like that. So I wanted to talk about it for a little bit, what causes it, and then I guess putting into words makes me realize the problem, right? The problem. The rate and fate, nature is calling, and Won't take no for an answer. I don't know what that means, but and good luck with nature. Hopefully your day looks up more. Yeah, me too, me too. Like today has, I mean, this morning has been a little bit scary, but I'm pretty sure I like streaming. It makes me happy all the time. Most of the time. Although sometimes maybe my brain just be like, sleep. Sleep. Sleep good. But most of the time I'm always very like happy. I feel enjoyable being here. Makes me very happy all the time. Start coming already? Oh, okay. But yeah, I guess that's what happened last night and what caused me to go in the spiral for a little bit. It's a little bit embarrassing now that I think about it, but it's something. It's something. I'll be fine now, I promise. And I will try not to focus too much on numbers again and just enjoy what I do, right? But of course, I also need to do art more. I need to... Okay, Wednesday night art. I need to get back in doing art. I'm like, I still have a few things I need to like finish. Zeus's model, Nexus and legs, heads up model. Wait. Oh yeah. Oh, they're already starting. I need to do art really. Hi, Sri. Alright, let me get that file real quick. I think there's 2 sets I need to do. Hey, weird. Okay. I'll do the get that file and then let's join the RV or join the Discord call. Model. It may not be the best, but I still want to make it. It's also the first time I'm making a quadruped model. A character that walk on all fours. Yeah, there we go. I need to catch my breath. Oh my god. Okay. Let me. I mean to join the Discord chat. Do I keep the music on when I play RV there yet? I think I did that last time. Because the game can be no music, I guess. Alright, let me open this one up. And then let me join the Discord chat. I'm late. And here I'm still trying to catch my breath. Oh my god. I'm in.
Hello.
Hi, Zeus. Hi, Becky.
Hello, Kubo. What do you think about my music recommendation?
I blacked out the moment it started. I guess I
don't-
should go into the game.
I don't
I'll
understand
have
what
to-
they're singing.
Hello, Scrum. Congrats on first. Who's doing the shared chat?
Oh, I forgot about the shared chat thing.
Have to
I
open
can't wait to get my
Firefox.
boogies to work.
Not the poogies.
I never did the shared chat thing. How do we do that?
We have to go knock. I knocked on you.
Can I just knock on your stream?
You should be able to. Your favorite high emote is gone. Which high
Changing
emote?
Knock on
title.
Zeus's stream.
Oh, except
This one?
I think I joined.
I don't know what I
Me and
did.
Tiora are in shared chat.
I mean,
Oh, I requested the wrong person.
wait, you brought.
Bracky has his own collabs that aren't me.
Oh no.
I thought I heard
that worked.
Brecky broadcasted to the wrong
Oh.
person.
Are you live?
Yes. This button? Yes.
Let me add Bracky.
Never bring firework on your road trip. I would destroy the car.
There, I sent you an invite.
What happened? Stream
Bracky canceled the request.
Oh no.
Well, I click on this button and it says I already knocked on your stream. Ugh, this is always such a jank. This button.
You're in.
Yes. Hello.
Whoa, Brecky is in.
Hello.
I hope the other person isn't upset.
Hello, Broken. They can join. I don't know who they
That
are.
works.
Who?
It's a big streamer that I sent it to.
Oh.
I sent it to Fabu Pona. I don't know if you know them.
I think I heard of the name.
Not off the top of my head.
They haven't streamed as much recently. They used to do odds.
Oh, did my fish
I
not
won
work?
a raffle from them, but it never happened because they had personal problems going on, so I'm not upset about it.
Oh no.
Rawr. That was a very deep roar. Oh my god, what is happening?
Hello, Floofy.
More
I
dragon.
need some water.
It's me. I'm outside. Open the door, please.
No, I saw it's a couple.
I've been practicing my roars.
Lie.
It's very deep.
I think couple can lie.
New game, right?
If you want to.
I almost clicked delete.
If you want to.
I'm sorry that I didn't pay full attention to you while I was trying to get out of bed. Alright, the game is up. Hello, Dragon Colony.
Around with a
Hello,
rolled
Brian
R.
Colony.
Oh. I still don't know how to roll R. I couldn't do it.
There's two ways. The one I usually do is just pretend to throw up. You just do and it works.
That's not rolling your R's, that's rolling your G's.
Dragon.
My
Oh, I
internet's
mean- Oh,
great stuff.
I died. It's okay, I'm alive now. Do you guys have lotion? Do we have lotion?
Why do you need lotion?
I'm burned by
Just
a certain
vodka.
flagon. True,
Just go to the snow.
right?
Thanks for the poop.
That should
Oh,
work.
I'm still on the starting soon screen. This
It's okay.
button.
It's okay, they don't know what's going on.
I probably shouldn't have wasted the. I probably shouldn't have wasted the flagon.
I hope this works.
Let's listen to this radio. What are you doing to me? Find that
Oh,
Get wielded.
No. I'm dead.
That works.
I'm looking at Bracky.
At least
I
one of us
forgot.
is dead.
That was quick.
I forgot I made this stove my PNG tuber, and I'm very happy to see it. Hello, Shin.
I can smoke enough.
Flores. Good evening.
Okay,
Can I hit
wait.
the firework from here?
I think so.
I saw Barry draw the res art today. That looked really cool.
The
Oh, it's
Bracky
not really in
PNG.
action yet. I still haven't properly drawn it.
I'm unable to move.
2?
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna smoke it off, it's fine.
Yes, it's very neat. I like the lighting effect on it. It seems like there can only be a maximum of 3 cigarette stumps. Keep me
Bracky, you're still
peaceful.
alive.
I am? Oh my god, I'm
Whoa,
alive.
Bracky is alive? But I exploded Bracky though. Whoa.
I did not know I was alive. Yeah, you see the loaf on Tira's stream, but it's it's still the work in progress loaf.
I like the loaf though. Dead people don't throw cigs. I want
You
it.
got a point there.
I want it.
Also, my stream title is correct. This is why you don't bring fireworks. Don't be a camping trip.
My stream
Oh,
title is
okay.
also correct. I'm helping destroying the
I
car.
hope Shin and Rest are doing well. Hello Sri, hello Ketan. Hello everyone else. I don't want to scroll up.
Brr. Oh my god, brr.
I got it to spin again. Look at him go.
Oh, there's a lotion here.
Hello Broken.
We don't have space for this flare gun.
I can hold on to
That
it.
blows.
We have nitroglycerin in the back.
Do you have space for anything?
Not really. We can make burgers if we need burger.
I'm full health.
I don't think I have enough damage that I need burger.
I'm like half health.
I have like a quarter in broken bones and like a quarter in freezing.
We should explode Zeus. Maybe Zeus can get full health.
For freezing, you can drink vodka
Yeah,
or spirits.
it's fine. I've done
What else do we
nothing.
need?
Wasn't there something up the hill that we found last time?
I don't
I have a
remember.
wheel.
Oh, we found scrap and stuff.
Scrap and stuff is great. Oh, and a goat.
Goat?
Yes.
I have a wheel. I have
Scrap.
self-protection.
Throw a snowball at the goat. EpiPen, burger pack, and
And brew.
we can pick up the beer, I guess. Unless
I
you
have a
really want this
wheel.
wheel. don't
I
know if
can
you-
throw the wheel at the goat.
you can do that.
Mm.
Oh, close enough. It does nothing to throw it at the goat, by the way. Sadly,
Can we not throw snowball at the goat?
no.
Oh. I want to snipe.
Hello.
Hi, Zeus.
Hi.
Hi.
I've got a big snowball.
Oh! Not like this. Oh, I didn't die. Goat hurts. Here, let me get my beer. I'm trying to get my beer.
Can I pick it up?
I got my beer.
Can't pick it up.
I keep getting the snowball. Oh
Bracket's destroying the stuff.
no! No! I want the firework. No! Can I
Got the
restart
last one
from?
in my hand.
Can I restart from checkpoint? I want the firework. Oh, I didn't do that.
Do that. Oh,
Because we need to restart.
collect everything.
Oh
you
right,
get.
we need to restart. Right. I forgot we have the exploding water. All right. No
Now we
this
just grab everything again.
Space for the stuff.
no destroying fireworks
We
allowed.
need it. It's important.
Yeah. We need the fireworks so that we can
Explode.
yeah, on demand. I found a bird just rolling down the hill.
That was mine.
Well, it's mine now.
That's fine.
I steal.
This time there's a lack of motor oil here.
Oh, there's no welding stations.
Not on this one.
That works. Incoming burger patty.
Took the handbrake off.
Oh,
No.
I didn't mean to do that. I want to drive uphill. I need to find you guys. You guys were taking things, right?
I already picked up
I'm-
everything here.
Yeah, I was already at the RV.
I couldn't get up. Okay, I got up. It's fine. Oh. Reach
Reach check.
checkpoint.
I just
three?
got an achievement.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I just got it too.
What?
That's funny.
So we didn't do it last week?
It might have been bugged because the game did get an update.
Oh,
Oh,
that would make sense.
I threw a motor oil here somewhere, which might be worth keeping. But really want to keep the firework for some reason.
We need the firework. We need to explode on demand. Alright, Kobo's
understand.
driving this time.
Did we get the motor oil? Oh, there's burgers under the RV.
Yes, I threw them down.
I got them.
Is there more stuff?
I don't think so. My
There's
game is
a-
very quiet.
Beer pack somewhere. I don't know if that was picked up already.
Oh, is it
That
the
was a great
one?
restart because I can't switch hats. Oh, I must have.
That's the same hat you have.
Oh yeah, we both have the same hat, but there's no other. I can go to the bathroom.
Use some lotion. Whoever wanted that.
Why is my mirror all black? I cannot see myself.
There.
You're a vampire.
It might be your graphics settings. There was a change about graphics. Let me read it.
Global illumination.
Thanks for the pants.
Never mind.
Pick the bricky.
It was just about water.
Oh. Well, I couldn't see what hat I have, so I'm just gonna scroll my mouse wheel view.
Oh,
Okay, I don't know what
you
hat I
can. How do you do that?
I was just scrolling my mouse wheel.
I didn't know you could change your hat in here.
You can, yeah.
Oh my god,
I don't know what hat I have. My mirror doesn't work.
that's incredible. I can tell you.
Oh my god, even the side mirror is blank.
Oh no. You can just look at my screen and change it. That works.
Could it be your?
Oh, this must be an update.
Could
I
be.
can be a
Yeah.
grandma again. Shit.
What if I try to set the gram fix to medium? I hope that doesn't break my entire game. Oh yeah, medium works. There's mirror now.
Yeah, it might have just been the low setting. RV's moving.
Is it?
Are we moving?
It was shaking. I don't know why.
Oh yeah. Alright, this is good.
Oh, the mirror's closed now. Oh, the mirror closes when you're not sitting on it.
Oh,
Interesting.
I guess that reduces a little bit of a rendering thing.
Oh, can we do? Yes. Oh my god, I'm so smart. Alright.
I'm going in.
Hello, Terry. I just dropped
We're
it.
going.
Whoa,
No.
dragon?
Hats off to you.
I'm going in. I'm gonna drive with my head looking backward. Okay, maybe not. That's kind of dangerous. Oh, two ways.
Left.
Right? Left? Left? Right, left it is.
The right's just a lookout. I'm pretty
Oh.
sure.
Okay.
We can just
Goodbye,
look at what's
Zeus.
next in the game. Bye.
Oh, where's Zeus?
You never wait for me, but you wait for Zeus.
Okay, yeah,
That's because
that's
I'm
true.
the one that's driving when you get out.
No.
Yeah, it does make sense.
I'm going fifth gear. I'm going fifth gear. Ooh, goat.
Oh my god, good.
There's a leopard.
I'm hearing a lot
There's a
of
leopard
noises.
attacking the car.
Shoot a
There's a
nail
ram
gun.
attacking me.
Oh,
It does not care about the nail gun.
it kind of hurts, actually.
The goat cares.
Whoa, I saw the leopard
my
for a
God.
split second.
Is he gone?
I think
The boy
so?
fell down.
It removed our wheels.
Yikes. Oh,
No.
wheels are fine. Maybe we can nail gun the leopard?
I tried.
I think it
didn't
left.
work.
I'm hearing goat.
Yeah, it's a goat too.
It sees me.
There's a wielding station here.
Oh, there was.
Oh, do I drive this way?
Do we want to use the nitroglycerine to?
I think we're gonna have to. I'm trying to repair the fucking RV and this goat's fucking guarding it.
Well, me. I get the goat.
Why is the welding station?
I'm fine.
Uh-oh. Hmm. Guys, I think my leg hurts.
No.
Did you die?
I think so. Probably. I may or may not have missed my jump.
Oh. Is the cat down there?
I think it's like the bear where it disappears after it attacks us a bit.
I'm smoking it off, it's fine. It only hurts a little
You'll be
bit.
fine.
Wow.
No big
One
deal.
of them wasn't enough. I'll get down there.
Oh, I died.
Oh no, there's a goat here as well.
Damn it, goat. Goat
There's
is
two
too
goats.
strong.
I,
Oh.
I didn't even die to fall damage from the goat. I just died to the
Raggy.
goat.
You died.
How could you die there, Bracky? No.
Spinning.
I'll go uphill. Boop.
You just disoriented me for a second.
It wasn't on
I
purpose.
found beer. I threw it downhill.
I don't think we need that much beer. We only need it for strength, and we already have vodka everywhere.
Then I
just
guess we can
always
just
pick
drink
up
all of these then.
everything.
You can put some of it. The cup holders.
I need to drink the beer. Mmm.
I don't. What's coffee do?
I
Makes
think
you
coffee
fast.
speeds up? Yeah.
It's speed, but we already get that with the cigarette.
But cigarette is a short burst of speed only.
Do we have everything already?
I don't know.
I guess.
I went up here and get the 6-pack.
Just throw it down the mountain.
Yeah, and then I took it.
Oh, okay.
And then I drink one
Yeah,
of
there's
them.
still stuff inside of you.
Oh,
But it's all stuff we already have.
I guess so.
we could use it. We could just throw it into the car.
And hope for the best.
Yeah. We just need to close the door and everything will be fine.
Until we crash and our doors disappear. Oh, we can't see.
We have a wheel.
There's so many grills. Maybe we could
Right.
make burgers.
Your gun is not pointing at me, it's fine. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Should I get the weapon ready to throw at the...
You should try it at Zeus. I feel threatened.
I'm holding the flare gun in case that's what we use for the leopard.
Oh, not for me, right?
I
I
mean,
feel like I tried shooting animals with that,
My
but I
options
might
are
have just
open.
missed.
I'm scared.
I have to sneeze.
Uh-oh.
Luck.
Don't sneeze while holding the... There's 3 goats in front?
Just drive over it.
Should
What
be
happened?
fine.
Oh, there are 3 goats in front.
Yeah. They should be fine.
Sorry.
They're goats, they're strong.
The odds are they're chasing us. Yeah, they are.
It's okay.
They
Oh,
stop
they stopped.
after a while.
Oh! They get de-aggroed? So I guess we just use the explode. There's 1 goat here.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's leopard.
leopard. What did
Oh my god, the wheel
shot it.
fell inside it.
No, that wheel was Tiora brought that wheel. It worked.
It
I
worked?
got rid of the leopard.
Yo!
Nice.
Easy. Goat is
Ow.
chasing someone?
Ow.
Not me.
Ow.
Oh, that was better. The first time my throw wasn't even good enough to get through with the obby. But this time it was.
Oh.
It's
Is the
trying to get
goat
me still.
is the goat hitting the car?
I don't think it can hit. I don't think it can target the car, but I think it can hit it. Trying to hit us.
Oh. I probably should drive away then.
Come off to me. Yeah,
Do you think I could just like
Oh, you
drive?
broke the ice?
Oh wow, that's fast.
yeah.
I think it should be fine if I just like I
If
didn't
the
stop.
goat is out of the way. I.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It's fine. It's only
Well, that's cool
sideways.
stuff down there, right?
Yeah, there's cool stuff down there.
Can I push?
I forgot I'm not driving on the right side. I keep going right.
Good luck working out Gaten while we
Ooh.
working out how to get across this.
Bird's gonna be so strong.
I'm gonna throw these winches down so we can put them on the RV, I guess.
I guess we winches one?
Yeah.
I'll repair the car.
There's turbo fuel down here.
Oh,
I think we should have waited on repairing because this might explode.
oh. It's okay. It's only exploding.
Oh, the goat didn't
Well, it
seem
seems
to-
fine.
Yeah. Ooh, wait, there's something shiny there. Oh, it's turbo fuel. I have the good
Oh.
chicken.
Dead.
Did you fall in the hole with us?
I'm almost under the RV. Someone just jumped over me. I'm the
It was me. Go, Bracky, get the welding station. Oh,
Oh my god!
Uh-oh.
I didn't
Whoa.
expect it to go that far.
That was very powerful.
I saw Bracky just flying down. That was scary.
I don't have a lot of happy pants.
Think I can drive up this rock?
We're gonna have to.
But then once up here, it would be impossible to sort of like get up here.
I don't know how it
Cool
looks.
stuff over there, but the jump is impossible.
Oh, this.
I'm gonna try again.
We could always just use winch poles.
I made it. Nice.
There's
Sorry.
goats over here.
I used the turbo fuel. Let's go.
I got new
Did
glasses.
you? I want new glasses.
Where are you?
Ooh, that's very loud.
Oh. Oh. How do I cancel a throw?
Q or right click?
Car stuck.
Oh, good luck getting that. But yeah, we have more stuff here. Right. Careful down there, Tura.
What?
I'm gonna try it if I can drop this nitroglycerin down here.
It's okay.
Wait, don't drop it.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
It worked. Oh, it
Oh.
didn't work.
See, I'm fine.
Oh, good luck with that. Oh, you just went for it. Dang. Never
Oh,
mind.
I'm dead.
We could
Oh,
use a
massive.
plank and nail it there, possibly.
I'm winching it.
This wheel's falling off.
It's okay. Why am I
I am dead
stuck? I'm
too.
too short.
We're dead.
Oh. Oh, I pulled the wrong one.
Let me find Braggy.
Wait, no, I pulled the right one. No. Oh, wait, how do I? Oh, okay.
Your name's here. Your body's over there.
I got the nitroglycerin down.
Nice.
Oh,
Read
Brecky
door.
alive.
I can disconnect the winch.
I think I can drive now. I don't know how long. I don't know if I still have the turbo thing.
Did you get the
It
wielding
probably
station?
run out.
Oh, no more turbo.
There's a
Of course, you're
battle.
too short. You're a cobalt. Okay. Okay. I mean, you're right. You're right.
Drive left. Oh, your wheels aren't even touching.
Yeah.
Let me drink a beer.
I
Do you
need.
think the wielding
smoke a beer.
station would reach it? We can make it work.
I don't think we can
I was
grab.
gonna try that.
I'm gonna try to nail planks to make a safe way over there.
Push. Push. Oh!
Oh.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything.
Was the nitroglycerin just rolling?
I don't know.
No, no, absolutely not.
Ah, right. Of course it was not. Like, what was I thinking?
Oh my god, that's
Oh,
like
ooh,
Stop simply.
I'm not. I mean, there's dragon here, but. Hi, Roxas. If you're tall, I don't know if your clef has one anymore, but I think you might.
I'm gonna look if there's a repair station ahead.
It's right there. It's on the parkour.
No, I mean like a checkpoint thing.
We need turbo fuel. Oh, the
So
wheel
funny.
is gone.
There's not.
One of the most historically volatile liquids.
Maybe we can
What?
bring
hell is going on here?
vodka
Anyways.
and push it from below.
I think we need. We have winch poles at the top.
No, we don't use winch poles. We just drink vodka. Oh, burn. I'll drink one burn.
This?
I can try and move
I'm
left
pushing
forward.
it. I'm pushing it. Hiya, hiya.
Yeah, it's actually moving.
Holy shit.
Just need a.
I don't know if I'm pushing.
We had this happen.
Oh, a little bit more.
Come on.
I found a flare gun.
Whoa.
I'm gonna throw a
Almost.
flare gun down the pit.
Oh my god, it worked. How the fuck? I'm so strong. You got this. You got this, Zeus.
I went up this hill here and there's a big ice wall.
Ice
I
wall?
wonder if I'm gonna try to figure out what's behind it.
I'm stuck.
You'll be fine.
I think we need to use the winch pull for this. Our wheels aren't even touching.
I can push it.
I want to use the winch pulls. We have a lot of them. We have 5.
But we need 6
For what?
Probably.
for future endeavors.
We don't even need a winch pull right here. We have this wooden thing over here.
Oh no. Whoa!
What happened?
I can just walk up this mountain. Need to pull up here? No.
I'm helping, I'm helping.
Go this right on top of the nail gun.
Apparently the character we play is like Super Saiyan.
Okay, I've got another hook up.
So do we put Do
can
we need
pull
the
it with
rear-
I don't know.
do we need the rear winch to pull as well?
Probably not.
Probably.
Oh, thank you, Lexi. And Slap helping too, I guess? Yeah.
Sorry.
What happened?
I'm gonna try to get this goat out of here.
Ooh.
Fight me, goat.
Oh yeah, there's a goat under the car. Wait, maybe I can bait the goat.
I
Can
was
we-
trying to do that because you're not in a great position. It
Can we-
seems to not care.
It doesn't care if we're sitting on the. If we're sitting down.
Just go. It doesn't care. Just get past it.
Alright, alright. 2 dragons for the price of 1. 1 cobalt. 1.
I was gonna. Dang it! Ow!
Oh, oh. I'm fine. Ah,
You wanna make burgers?
I have
I
full
like
health.
how I didn't move. I barely moved, and then you guys just kept getting back in and out of my range.
Look, we're just helping.
I'm making some burgers.
Hey, thanks for the like. I have full health. Can I eat one?
I have almost no health.
Then I should eat. I should probably eat 2.
I probably have enough burger pack.
Oh my god, Libra Otter with fish and otter. That's Bungie.
There was a pack of nuggies in the jump and run.
I already ate those.
Okay. You need one more?
Do you not need it? I still have damage, but
Yeah, I have less damage than the burger would heal, so I guess it doesn't matter.
I have full health. I should have eaten it.
You can eat the grill.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Dragon 2 strong.
Oh god.
okay, our RV's repaired mostly. I'm stuck.
Yeah, look, our RV's at full
Sorry.
health. So we can keep driving.
I'm repairing the wheels.
Do we want some stuff from there?
Is there stuff?
Is this close?
There's, I think, a nitroglycerin and a turbo fuel, but they're
No,
after
they go.
jokes.
Don't go. Don't
Oh,
go there.
oh, okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Eh. I might need
I
a
don't think
burger
it's
soon.
worth it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem worth it.
Do you want to drive or do I drive?
I can try. But it doesn't help that I'm being chased by 2 goats, I think? No, the goat is hitting the
Oh,
car
yes.
somehow. Oh, is the goat hitting the car?
It's probably aggro on me.
Because Zeus is inside of it.
Oh, it's repaired.
Ooh. God, it's so strong. Oh,
Yeah, I think that goat is out of the way. Where's Tira?
I'm
We're
in
out of
the
nitroglycerin. Wait, I think all the nitroglycerin popped at the same time.
car. Alternator?
Oh no!
We had like 2 of them back here.
There's one.
Oh.
Oh, it was inside of the lotion.
Wait, it's I don't see it.
Oh no, it's that again. I don't.
Bye, Brecky. Brecky just went through the RV.
Whoa.
A bit of pack. I have a pack of nitroglycerin
Nice.
in my hand.
I can use it for the car. I mean, we can use it to blow open our car. I mean, walls.
Okay, can we stop here for a second? I
Sure.
think it's very. Oh, my game is lagging.
Uh oh.
I'm gonna have a team meeting. First of all, there does not seem to be any way here.
We can drive down.
No?
We can see.
Well, you could drive down.
Oh, I see
Yeah.
a way.
See that
Over
there's
to
the
the
way.
right.
Oh,
Up there's the block of ice I mentioned.
or we can drive down.
Hill.
I see nitroglycerin down there.
You mean
You
there's
see us over there?
explosive
No,
down
I'm gonna die from that. Can someone just... Wait, I guess someone could drive at me with the car and then I can get down there. With the ragdoll. Or with the... Do we still have one of those slide things?
Oh, the tube? I haven't seen the tube in a long time.
We used to have a few. I don't know what happened to them.
They
There's
flew
winch
off.
poles
think we
right
have them
here.
anymore.
There's nitroglycerin and winch poles. I think we're supposed to go to the bottom with winch poles.
No, I can just drive down.
No, you can't. You're gonna explode.
It's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, our RV's too damaged for that.
It's not gonna take any damage. It's gonna be smooth as butter.
I mean,
Oh, is that you down there?
I'm down here.
I'm... Oh, I'm with
There's a
Pricky.
tree here we can winch to.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a
and
bunch of
then...
winch poles. There's trees.
Oh yeah, we can winch the rear winch and then jump down. You know, like
I'm dead.
I don't trust myself enough.
like super secret ninja style.
I'm a goat.
Brecky's the goat. Alright, watch this.
I don't want to watch.
This is gonna be the easiest ride ever.
Hello, Evie.
I'm watching.
So the boop.
Evie?
Hello, Flaming Ice Dragon. I'm sorry I didn't see you. I haven't streamed in so long. I'm not used to looking to my second monitor. Were you gonna do it?
I'm doing it.
It's locked.
How do I unlock
Made
it?
it down.
Is Bracky dead?
I don't think so.
No. There's a bunch of stuff in the snow here.
I hear bird.
But...
There's me in the
Whoa,
snow.
bird!
Oh my god.
Oh, the eagle.
What did I do?
They pick you up and throw you.
Oh, that's...
Who did you get picked up?
I think it's because I'm lagging, and then
You're also
it,
dead.
I think it's trying to grab my after image.
No,
I'm too
you might just
stoned.
be fine while you move constantly.
I was standing still.
Maybe because you were holding the winch.
Ooh, maybe. There's a maximum length for the winch, right? So I guess I don't need to lock it and just jump down.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, we got this. It's fine. I mean, since when my plan doesn't work, it always works. Oh my god. See? Smooth. And I just need to release it.
Release it
Oh,
so he just falls
Peter.
down.
Yeah. Hi, Raven the cat. And hi, Peter. I couldn't. I'm too short. Wait, where's the two of you?
Dead.
Come, I can grab it. No, I don't need to grab this. I need to like release the winch. Okay, how do I release the winch? If I jump down, I'm dead, right?
Maybe.
So when how are you gonna reach? Can you sit down on the chair and then grab?
Oh, I can sit
Like,
down. This
now-
is so
now stand
disorienting.
up.
Whoa!
Oh, never mind.
I fell back down. Oh, it's Tyrek. Hi. How? Don't worry about it.
I think we're gonna have to restart.
No. We don't need to.
You got this.
Yeah, watch Master work. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to jump down.
Oh, winch.
We survived.
Yes, all of us.
Yeah, all of us. Alright. I need to like
The
get
plan
back up.
here is to release the RV so it just falls straight down.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be as bad since we already brought it down like 1% of the way.
Ooh.
Oh no.
How do I get back up?
What's that behind you? There was something red. Was the turbo fuel?
It's turbo fuel.
Is it turbo fuel?
I don't think that's gonna get
I
you out
don't-
of that situation.
I don't
Unless
see
you
it.
drink it yourself and run up the mountain.
Oh, I see it. No, that's a welding station.
Oh, that's a welding station.
Yeah, it didn't look like turbo fuel.
I assumed
No.
it was turbo fuel. I wouldn't think there's a welding station here, but there is.
Oh, well, me neither.
Look, I got some scrap metal. We got this, right? Let me just get back up, release the winch, and
Yes,
everything's gonna be hunky dory.
If you go down into the snow somehow, there was some wooden planks which may help you get up.
You can also
I'm
try
playing
bomb
Skyrim.
jumping with the nitroglycerin.
Oh, alright, like a rocket boost in Doom?
Yes.
I could
How
try.
are we gonna drive here? I don't see
What's
a
the
way
plan?
down. You wanna
Alright.
go down.
No, I want to get back up to
Revive
the
the-
RV.
They can revive us and then we can figure something out.
No, it's okay.
Sure.
Wait, you know what? You're right. I should be. We have 6 EpiPens. Alright, where's the dragon?
I'm at the very bottom.
I have a
Me too.
nitro good bomb. I don't know how to read that word.
I can
Nitro
throw
bomb.
cigarettes to help you.
I don't know if I'm
Yeah,
going
I
the right
guess.
way.
I don't know if you can see my cigarettes.
I'm too short. Are you guys in the deep snow?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no!
I'm throwing cigarettes.
I don't
Yeah,
think
me
I can
too.
see the secrets. Okay, wait. I'm gonna use one bomb. I want to see if I can bomb away all the deep snow.
Zippies. You people have to drink water too.
Ow. That was
That-
right next to me.
Whoa, okay. I'm surprised the snow survived though. Oh, they don't disappear.
Oh,
Revive.
you're on me.
Oh,
I'm here.
oh my god.
Hi.
Hi.
I can kind of. I see your feet.
I see
Not
you.
that behind you. Forward. No. Other way.
Other way.
Left.
Left.
Forward.
Forward.
There's a wooden plank. Go over the wooden plank.
Are they standing still or jumping?
To your right now.
Are they standing still or jumping?
Oh, wait, I can
Right.
just.
Oh, jumping. That's Zeus.
Oh, that's
okay,
Zeus.
that's me.
So-
Okay,
Wait,
so what
wait,
do I
it's
do?
glitching out again? I have to reorient. I don't see you anymore.
I'm trying
The
to.
snow is moving for me.
I'm trying to destroy the deep snow.
It's also glitching out for me a lot.
We need to
Am I
find
moving? What
wooden
is
plank. If we see a
Oh,
wooden plank,
I'm
Brecky's
getting moved
nearby.
by the snow.
No, there's a blizzard going on.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm.
Oh, that's why it looks. Okay, I see someone.
Okay,
Someone?
that's probably me. Tell me what to do.
Yeah, to your left. Forward. Yeah. Warm. Slightly right. Yeah, now you're.
Wait, I see the
now you
prompt.
walk past.
Hey!
Perfect. Thank you.
Alright, now to proceed with my plan.
I don't think this is worth it.
No, it is, it
We should
is.
have just restarted from checkpoint.
No, it works, it works. Trust. I just need to find a way to get back up.
I have a wooden plank.
We have to get to the welding station somehow.
I missed that delicious bomb snack. I wish I could have drank it.
Wasn't there another one?
There's another one.
You can drink that one.
I'm making my
That one's
way
for
up.
the RV.
This is just like playing Skyrim.
I have never played Skyrim.
I played Skyrim for a bit.
I played Skyrim for like 3 minutes. And I had to do something and never went back for some reason.
Ow.
If you just go up to the left here, like super around, that might work.
I went very
Oh,
far.
daytime.
I went very far back.
It's a little RV over there.
Oh, what?
Oh, I found an EpiPen.
Nice, we need that.
We're gonna save this. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
this
so
is
epic.
still the run.
There's a thing up here. Oh cool, there's a deadly sign.
Oh,
Exciting.
it's only deadly. It's not too bad.
Always know with the obvious if the light is
I'm-
on.
Oh. Got goggles?
That looks... Oh no.
I died.
I'm being pulled down.
Oh, RV took damage.
Yeah, I took away the winch. But look, the RV is fine. My leg is not fine
I
now.
made it up.
We're both dead.
My leg is not fine. Ah,
We're both
Well,
at
I
the bottom.
it is
Are you
too.
both in the snow again?
Yeah,
Yes.
we need to play treasure hunting again.
Well, we need to get there first. I don't know if Bracky's gonna make it.
No, Brecky's gonna make it, I believe.
I get.
Hello, Aquaborb.
How did I get up here? Here. Fucking windy.
I believe in Brecky's
Just be-
parkour skills.
Looks too steep.
It's okay, you're just gonna believe.
I think we start from checkpoint.
No, Brecky got
Nah,
this.
we're fine.
Yeah. We believe
This
it's
is where I
fine.
got up. Yes, and then this is easy. Oh, this is what we do next.
Maybe there's other way to go other than going to this path.
I think we winch the RV to the thing and we go with it.
Are you both in the snow again? Hello, Uncle
Yeah.
Bob. Okay, I made it, no problem.
Yeah. This is easy.
Okay, now let me see if I can see you anywhere. Oh, that's true.
What happened? Did the wind
Oh.
blow the RV?
Tried.
did it.
Aw. We did it.
Oh, I had a terrible dream that we like almost fell down a mountain.
Yeah, that was
That was
weird.
crazy.
I had a nightmare where I tried to drive it down the hill. I'm gonna run there and shoot the leopard.
I don't think it spawns unless the RV is there.
Is it?
A lot of stuff are based around the RV.
Aw. Well, I have a gun. Can I drive with a gun? I can't.
Not anymore.
Aw.
Then we only have 6 pack of beer up here. No. No.
Wait.
Rocky's having fun.
I got goaded.
Bragg is goaded.
Are you busy?
Kinda.
I need to use the
A little bit.
restroom.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Oh,
There's
yeah.
a flare gun and a nitroglycerine on this shelf for me again.
Oh, I don't see the nitroglycerin at all.
There's a nitro bomb?
No.
Wait. I need it. Are we missing one firework? Oh no, okay. I almost wanted to destroy the car again.
Let's get to the next checkpoint first. we
Oh,
could
I'm
be
staying on
filming
top of
Guys,
Brekkie, I
all
think.
fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god,
You
it's
like
so
when I spin
stable.
like this?
Oh my god,
Is that
we're like
sickening?
no. I'm
I
spinning.
can't even grab you.
I don't know what
What was
happened. Why is it so
I
stable?
wanna. Is there a way for us to skip all that if we go this way?
Skip what?
It seems. Where did Tiro go?
I'm behind Brekkie.
I can't say that it looks more dangerous than the other way.
Do we want to try since we're right here?
We can try.
Yeah, we
like
could do
this
it.
way, maybe. Put a winch pole on the rock here. I don't know.
No, I think if
Get to the rock.
I think if we have a turbo fuel, we can jump. We can like drive here and then jump there, jump to that platform, that gondola. No, cable car.
Oh no way!
Yo,
Oh my god,
who needs turbo fuel?
that was great.
We
That
have
was great.
skill. I missed it.
I did it.
Do it again, Zeus. Do it again.
Okay, let me explode it.
You literally took 0 damage. That was nuts. Oh, I'm dying.
It's okay. I only took a little bit of
Catch me,
damage.
catch me, Tira.
Oh,
right, right. Oh, never mind. I'm going deeper.
I grabbed the snowball.
Where are you?
Where
I
did
fell
Brekkie?
down the massive pit.
I saw
Oh,
Brekkie going
There
at
better
Mach
be an
speed.
Easter egg down here.
wait, this way?
I think Brekkie fell down here.
I'm like all the way down below the cable car thing.
Below
There's
the cable
nothing
car.
down here.
Are you in the deep? Are you in the deep snow again?
No,
There's
they
one
went into
down
this
here.
pit over here by the RV.
I want to see if I can grab the nitro bomb here.
If anyone wants to walk back to revive me,
Oh, new cassette.
I want to hear it. But I'm glitching out in the
Oh,
floor.
I lost the cassette completely.
Oh,
No, we have to restart from checkpoint.
yeah, we have
Okay.
to do it.
Now you can use the firework legally.
Oh, I'm not there.
Oh, get wrecked then.
I found some scrap metal.
Metal.
I didn't do anything. I didn't get to destroy the RV.
There's a kill plane down there.
Kill plane?
Yeah, like just the game decides you die if you go far enough in that direction.
Oh,
I didn't hit anything.
Not want to pick up all the stuff.
I usually just grab the stuff that's right here.
We have like 50 scrap. There's an EpiPen up there, which might be cool. We got this one, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I have to enable. Wait. Settings. Where is it? Outfit.
Why are you standing?
No, you wasted a bullet.
What just happened?
Nothing, it's fine.
I tried killing you, but you survived.
I was changing settings.
We know.
You were in the way. You stopped like right at the door.
I'm being.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
I'm
being.
And I
sorry.
had a gun.
Wait, am I gonna aggro the
feel like
goat?
the view out of the window. Well, how's it down there?
It's nice.
Sorry.
I like it. I like being outside of the car where the
So
car
we're
is
trying again?
moving. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Vera just wanted to see it. Wait, maybe we should let Vera out so she can see it from outside.
Yeah. Grab me. Grab me.
Oh, I'm losing control.
I think I'm outside of the car. Oh
It's
no!
going less smoothly this
It's always the first try that works, isn't it?
Because you guys are weighing it down.
We're too thick. Well, no, I'm a kobold. I'm small. It's fine. I blame Brekkie.
How was that? I carried you into the pit. I'm gonna at least get the...
I want to try that again.
It worked the first time. But
Yeah.
then Bracket decided to die.
That's it, I'm gonna let a snowball float on.
No one knows, but it's okay.
It just gets less here. There's no EpiPen this time. We'll just scan.
Tiro's leaving.
No, I'm not.
Of course. Vera hates us.
No, I wanted to try that cool trick. That cool trick. All right, I'll run back.
I'm throwing beer at you.
Can you winch me while I drive? Oh, I didn't take
It
damage,
doesn't get you anything, I don't think.
but I want it.
I mean, if you're inside of it, there's no reason for you to be winched.
There's a reason I want to get winched. Oh,
Oh,
I want to try. I have a
did we lose
beer.
Kira?
I have a beer.
Hello 6-7 hand juggling motion.
6
I'm gonna
what?
look from the outside.
Hand juggling
'cause I'm
motion?
really a
6-7
bad
hand
luck.
juggling motion. Because
That-
6-7 is a funny meme.
Oh, is it that
Or if we go
meme?
this way.
I don't know what that is.
It's not really a meme. It's just someone said 6-7 and people thought it was funny.
Oh,
So are we going?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I believe.
I'm doing Bracky camera.
Where's Bracky?
I'm gonna
He's
watch.
by those trees.
It's okay. Bracky will watch this.
Yeah, I'm gonna do Bracky camera. I'm gonna make like a epic YouTube short out of this.
Hell yeah. This is gonna work.
It's gonna have terrible music on it.
It's gonna have
We're going
green green up splashing around.
We're backwards.
You wanna go a bit right.
I'm trying. Oh, wait.
Boy, you're going down the pit. Oh, no.
Oh no. How'd you do it the
Bro.
first try?
I'm pro gamer.
I'm not pro enough.
Tira really wanted to see it again, right?
I don't believe it.
But we're gonna get it again.
Yeah, we're gonna get it again. It's fine.
Also, surprise effect because I didn't actively try.
Is Zeus? No. Is Brecky going uphill?
Bracky's running away.
Oh.
You'll never find me.
I'm getting the bird.
Okay, let's go.
Oh. Am I being left behind?
I don't know. I don't know where Zeus is.
I found
I'm
EpiPen.
driving.
I'm running away.
You're sitting.
I'm making snowball. I'm making snow. I hit myself. How? I hit myself.
One time I managed to ride my own snowball and it was kind of epic.
I hit myself and I ragdolled down the hill. Oh. Why did it happen this
We're gonna
time?
do it on second gear.
Alright, we got this. Don't we need
I
to
can't
stop?
believe you left me behind.
Oh my god, hell yeah, gaming. Gaming, look at that.
Oh, I didn't put it in park.
What if we put it in Bog instead?
Bark?
Ow.
Okay, what are we doing here?
I think we have to do something with the cable cord.
Yeah, there's a
Oh.
button inside the cable car,
That probably makes
and I
it
assume
go.
we just winched the RV onto it.
Yeah.
Yes. What if I press the button as a prank?
I mean,
Would be funny.
You've got free will.
You know? That's what I get. Who is a cassette I plow you
Oh yeah.
and a flare gun? I'll get the flare gun.
Is there a pumpkin?
There's a flare gun.
Oh, I want a gun.
That's the next cassette for the guy.
Nice, now we can listen to it.
Oh, I can't pick up people.
I'm
Does
too
he have the
short.
cassette?
Yeah. I was like, I want to be helpful. You want to come in for the cassette?
Yeah.
I guess not.
Fixing
I'm
the
waiting for
wheels.
students. You turn off my music. Oh, it's still turned off.
Oh,
Oh.
do my basic turn on? Give me a second.
Oh, too late.
Is that Tom?
I think. No, I guess not.
Sounds
thought it
like
was gonna be
music.
The next part.
They might start singing in a second.
Hey yo.
Never mind.
Very Eastern block of them.
Why can't I hear the music anymore?
What?
I can hear it.
Oh, I can.
I picked up Tyron apparently, but disabled me.
I'm just vibing.
Oh,
I will be on button duties. You just tell me when it's ready.
I want to stay in the car for this. The music is perfect too. Oh, do we need to lock the...
I'm sort of working on it.
Oh,
Okay, we're hovering slightly off the ground.
everything is fine.
Yeah. I guess we have no more control over here. I
You
should
want
grab a
the
remote.
button to be pressed.
I should grab a remote. I should close this door. I should sit. I can't sit down there. Well, the remote. Yeah.
Everything is fine.
What a comfy ride with the gondola.
Oh, is it moving?
Snowy day. It is?
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh, we're
going.
moving too.
Like, dragging behind.
Oh, it's happening again.
Apparently we're allowed to do it.
This is just like a theme park ride. But it could explode any moment.
We're fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
The wiggling's a lot better back here. Like it doesn't move you as much because you're closer to the middle.
Oh,
So if I want to come back here,
when I look back, I feel like I want to vomit.
yeah, because you're moving a lot up there.
But if I look at the front, it's fine. When I look back, everything
at this.
just oh. I
Up
wanna-
here it's just so relaxing. I wish there was a chair to sit in. Oh,
Oh. I think we're upside down.
I can pick up the window.
You could remove it.
Like, yeah, this time the wind check is like through the floor, so I couldn't see it. And press E on it.
And if you want to.
No.
No. Brecky
I-
could though.
I don't contribute to sabotage.
I always contribute to sabotage.
You might want to let us go at some point.
You might want to go back down a bit. I only see one winch, by the way. What if I press the button again? Oh, it goes backwards. So I can kind of keep you in place by pressing the button.
Ow.
100 times.
This took so much damage.
I'll take damage.
Okay, we need to release the RV.
Oh man.
You want to release it? I can stay in place. If I press the button again, we go backwards.
Okay, we're done. Well, because upstairs is going to be a big rock, and I don't think we can get past that rock.
Oh, I thought we should
Are
be
you
able
good?
Yeah, we're off.
Okay, yeah, I will have to go on the rock.
to. Brecky could
How do
jump
you
down.
do this single player?
You probably don't.
I've seen people do single player speedruns where they just run through weird spots on the map and they just get to the end.
Oh,
Yeah, that's probably how it works.
there's a little scrap
But I
metal.
mean, like, I guess.
I'm gonna shine you. I'm gonna shine you.
Oh my god. Well,
Well,
do we want to use an EpiPen?
did you die?
Oh wait, there's a garage ahead.
Oh,
I can catch
So
you.
that you catch me? Oh, good luck.
Yes,
It's not too hard. I'm not gonna die from this anyways. Perfect.
I was contemplating not
Now
catching
you
you.
can just drop me down here, right? I'm dead.
oh, leopard,
Oh
leopard.
no, that's a meow, a leopard.
Oh no, it's killing us.
Where's the
Franklin,
leopard?
stop them. I died.
Oh.
It's done.
It just went up the hill. Skyrim.
Yeah, like the bear. It attacks the
Standard.
RV, then it runs away.
It's okay. We got epic
There's a
pants.
garage
I'm-
right ahead. So hopefully
I'm dead.
Kira can just go there and revive us.
Where's this?
Oh wait, why am I alive?
I
Because you
gave
were
you the
revived.
EpiPen.
Okay.
Revive me.
Don't give Zeus the EpiPen. Oh, too late.
Back.
Too late.
Yeah, I was just gonna walk to the garage over there.
Oh, the garage is in front. I thought it's like a little bit further
I
away.
literally said it like 5 times.
I thought it's like
Yeah, but I wanted to be revived.
a bit of a distance away. It's okay. We have EpiPen. That's fine.
Oh, there's chicken nuggies.
Oh
Wait,
my god, I'm a nugget.
Wait, the wheels are all off.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. We have the
No,
garage at the
how
just
is
front.
fall off.
No, we have a
Please.
garage at the front.
Yeah, and then we have to do it every time it saves. So every time
Yeah,
we
let's
restart,
just-
we have to.
No, it's
Okay.
fine. Don't worry about it. Fine. Here. What if I took off all the wheels and drive?
We tried that before. It didn't work.
Did we though?
Yes, in
Yes.
the previous map.
I don't remember that happening.
Turbo brain.
Now I kinda want to just give it a try.
Let's get the checkpoint first, and then we can do something.
See, I'm fixing the car. I'm helping.
Good job.
I'm lying to my title though.
Okay.
Alright, let's go to the garage.
Garage.
Oh, I can go first to third gear.
You lose too much speed.
Yeah, second to third. Like, how fast do we have to do it?
Oh my, there's so much scrap metal here.
Ooh.
Um,
Yay.
Yay.
Oh.
I just
We did it.
all ladder play. I'm gonna throw turbo fuel into the car. Oh, I missed.
I guess we do the restart from checkpoint since Teal lost half her damage.
No, I mean, it's fine.
We can. Tyria wanted to do chaos. Let the cobalt do some chaos.
Yeah. I want to explode the car.
Doesn't you have? No.
I'm the one that's supposed to do it.
I was helping.
No, I wanted to help. Oh, we have full health.
I'm holding the winch.
You have a winch?
Wait, I just have a different winch item.
Oh my god, wait. It's just a winch hook?
That's funny.
I can
I was
hook it to
holding
the
it
car.
when I was holding it when the autosave happened.
Yeah, that's like the last time when I got the buggy
Oh,
bottle of whiskey.
why can I rip... Why can I hook it to the grave?
Why not?
Wait, if we restart, can I duplicate nitro bomb?
It's already saved the checkpoint.
Oh,
Can you throw me on the roof?
who?
Someone throw me roof.
Tyria.
Okay.
I'm looking for secrets. Oh, it's not even snowy anymore here. I think there's a further part of the map right above this hill.
Oh,
I don't think it skips too much. What's this noise?
we have vodka.
Oh, I found something. I knew it. An EpiPen, burger packy, and
We have the flip. Oh my god, I haven't seen the flip in a long time.
Found hats. That looks like a I don't want to say. I don't even know if I'm right, so I don't want to say it.
Sure.
Looks like an army helmet. I can't pick it up anymore.
Oh. I found a free hat. Where did Brecky? Oh, I see Brecky.
present for you. Happy birthday.
Oh my god, I have Booker.
Can I unlock your hat, Tara?
Oh. Day.
There, thank you.
Yeah. I have fire damage. Can I eat the burger?
No, you need
Fire
to sun.
damage?
You need to get lotion for fire damage.
No, but I want burger.
We can make burgers. I could eat some burgers.
Oh, we have a lotion.
How do you keep getting fire damage?
Because Tiro threw an explosive at me.
No, I didn't. I don't think that happened.
Oh, hello, little derpy Dirk. That's a cute name.
Oh my
Thanks
god,
for the raid.
dragon!
Hope you had a good stream. Yep.
Oh, is that? Oh my god, I like dragon.
Kira's brain has been activated. Welcome.
I'm looking. I'm looking. Oh, this works. Nice.
Hope you had a good stream.
It's not even strong enough to get me on the roof.
I'm looking.
Right. See? Oh, okay. It's just
Can I jump at the same time? I can jump at the same time.
Jump.
Are we ready to go?
Wait.
Oh.
I'm looking at dragon.
I can't.
If you
Oh,
jump at the same
let
time,
me-
you get more.
I'm trying.
Okay, I'm back.
Whoa!
Whoa.
That's cool.
I won. I won. Does it not fly my after image? Oh, okay.
Do we have some cool stuff here? We have some snow chains.
We have the chains. We should probably take the chains since it's giving it to us. Mm.
We can make space.
I just
Oh,
hurt
that's an old
myself.
spot.
We
How would
have.
you do that?
We can use the engine oil. Oh, we already used it.
I used one.
I found the thing.
Yeah, there's a spot here. You already found it. What's up here? We can probably get rid of the nail gun, to be honest. We have never
Yeah, we have
used
3 of
them,
them.
and we have 3. See, this one has 20. This one has 20.
Well, chains are double spots.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say that. It probably doesn't matter.
Oh, this thing is
We
so
have
cool.
1 double spot. How many turbo fuels do we have? We have 0 turbo. We have 1 turbo fuel. I think that should be fine. I kind of want to put that chain in here.
Yeah, maybe we get some use out of it.
I wonder
Because it
check.
makes us not slip in the ice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe get on drinks.
I wonder check power pole thing.
We already have one.
We need 2.
It's so funny the nitroglycerin and the burger pack in the same slot.
That-
I
For
still
some
that's-
see the
reason.
nitroglycerin.
Yeah, that's like the sauce for the burger.
Yummy. How many grills do we have? For a lot of
Can you hear my
motor,
dog flapping?
we have 4 grills. We can make some burgers.
We have 4 grills. Oh, we do have 4 grills. Do we not have lotion anymore?
I used it.
Well, I don't need burger.
I need burger.
I could make you neat burger.
That works. I can probably eat 2 or 3 burgers, to be honest.
I can eat 1. I just hurt myself twice.
$150 burger. Oh, it's okay. 2 burgers are enough. Absolute taste.
2 buns and meat?
Get fun with that. Oh, Tom Tape 4. How did we not see
Oh.
that?
Oh, where was it?
It was right here on the counter table
Oh.
thing.
That's not fair.
I ate the 2 buns and meat. Did you just want to eat burger?
I don't need burger.
I can make
I'm
you
good
an eat
too
burger.
now. Yeah, we have one single slot open still. If we have anything for that.
Not really. We could take another drill.
Beer?
Or we have a lot of beer.
Do we need
I
to
just
bring
banished
more
one of our turbo
winch
pills.
controller?
We have 2 of them. Realistically, there's no reason for more than 2.
Alright. Whenever you want to listen to this cassette,
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
muting my music.
Oh wait, I should mute my music as well.
I
Okay,
don't have any music.
I have.
I'm ready.
Zeus hates music.
Yeah, cannot believe it.
Alright, I'm a bit out of town now. A bit more I want to record. Okay, nice. It's coming together.
He's
Also,
gonna make an avalanche.
I guess today was eventful, you could say. I went to a marketplace to see if there were any locals who'd know anything about the Crystal Cave. Surprise, surprise, no one spoke any English. But also before long, I noticed a bunch of merchants approaching me from every direction, yelling something I couldn't understand, and I wasn't about to stick around to find out what it was. So I ducked into a small maze of alleyways and lost them. Again, you don't make it this far in life without good street smarts. It was dark in the alleys, hardly any sunlight reaching through. But then, before long, I come across a single store with an old lady in a shawl, and you wouldn't believe what she was selling. Chicken feet. There were bloody chicken feet hanging all over the stall. Even the stall itself was propped up on some chicken legs. At first I was surprised. Who the bloody hell sells chicken feet? But then it clicked. The bloody tarot card. That hot bird back in New York pulled the chicken feet card first. I figured it was a sign that I had to speak to this old crone. I approached, but she didn't say anything. I asked her if she knew where the Crystal Cave was, and she asked, in English, mind you, what it was that I wanted with it. I said that I was told that I could show my ex-band members the error of their ways, that they kicked me from the band when they shouldn't have, that they didn't recognize my greatness, and that the Crystal Cave could help. She said, so you desire power? And I said, you bet, mate. Then she handed me a crystal and told me it would lead the way. So I left. I'm not really sure what to make of it all, but it was something at least.
And then tech holding stops.
Interesting.
Who doesn't? Is it weird to sell chicken feet? Chicken feet is a delicacy here.
I've never had it.
I thought there was
never
gonna be
seen
stuff
it,
here, but
to
there's
be
only
honest.
beer.
Like chicken feet is so good. There's like this dim sum that has like chicken feet.
I've never seen it. That's crazy.
Like the claw part of the feet.
Yeah. Chicken feet.
get
I've
right there.
seen people like I've seen that people eat it like kind of like pork rinds.
Like look at this.
It's
it-
not very common in the US.
It is very common here.
In
But-
Mexico, there's places that sell pork rinds that also sell fried chicken feet,
But it's a little bit
but
on
it's
the
not very common.
yeah, it's a bit of a expensive side. Usually one small plate of this chicken feet dim sum is like
We're
at
looking at
least
something.
6 ringgit. Yeah,
Is it
I
on the
mean,
stream?
yeah, it's on my stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna click.
Like, it's so good
Oh,
though.
it's kind of like marinated sausages. Or
It
not
kinda
marinated,
does.
the other word. Breaded.
It's so good actually. I love chicken feet. Or you can make it like a soup. You can throw into soup and then just
Okay.
make a soup out of
No,
it.
Yeah, it's
My European mind does not like the look of that.
Or if you want, you have the umai chicken feet as well.
Did we lose Bracky from the car?
No, I just walked around.
Oh yo, I mean, look at that. Umai.
That looks less like feet, so it looks more appetizing.
Yeah, this one umai is like they remove the edible part of the chicken feet and then just like put into umai. Then usually it's like Thai style, Thailand style. It's sour, it's spicy, it's nice.
Yeah,
Well, it's
probably
like
prefer-
tough skin mostly, isn't it? It's like tough skin and
it's
cartilage.
yeah, but when it's like cooked for a long time, it shouldn't be too tough. I think it's braised? Question mark.
Braised means it's boiled in spices, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you braised it
sounds
and
like
then.
Asian.
Oh.
Did you lose the map or what?
But yeah,
Ah,
chicken
look
Oh,
feet.
no, it's
Good.
there.
You like your spicy food over there.
Spicy food is good.
I'm just following these roads. I'm assuming these lead to where we want to go.
Hopefully.
You want me? What did I do?
No,
Where?
I want a bong.
Oh, there's geysers.
Oh. Whoa.
I assume they push us.
I hope so.
There's a broken bridge over
Whoa.
there. we have to rebuild.
Oh my god, this is so good.
Oh my god, we're flying.
I didn't take any
Didn't die.
damage.
Yeah, because I was carrying you.
Yeah, Brecky
I took all
strong.
the damage.
Alright, I have to bong Brecky now.
Okay, we've got
It's
a
like
use
a
for the
pretty
nail
fun
gun.
for me.
Oh my god, there's 10,000 wooden planks?
Guess
Oh,
what?
I almost fell.
What? Even the wooden
you pick me
planks
up?
is not long enough.
I think we have to make a long bridge out of them.
Oh, we need the nail gun.
Oh my, that's so many wooden planks. What the hell? Pick up the nail
Yeah,
gun.
I wasn't lying when there's like 10. When I said there's 10,000 wooden planks.
You want to build that? That's gonna be fun.
I have
Can you
nail
still pick
gun.
that up?
Wait, is it? No, I can't.
I can remove.
No. I can't interact with anything.
Whoa,
No.
wait, triangle might work. It's stable.
I think we just want to put them like halfway over so they still stay still, and then we can nail them.
Can we?
By
Well,
plank.
not like that. They drop them like here maybe, so they poke over a little bit. I don't know.
Oh, we can just like make it long before we put it to
Maybe I
the
can nail it
bridge.
before it drops. We can try that. I can nail it before it drops.
I did it.
Oh my god. That was crazy.
Wait, this could work.
Do you want to
Let
try
me
that
put another
from both sides? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff over there. See it. That's freaky. Oh, that doesn't. That's not how nails work.
Physics.
This is fun. This poly bridge.
I missed it.
Oh my god. I got it.
Oh, that works. That works.
I mean, not really.
Well, you can grab it again when I remove
Oh, there's
it.
2 gaps. I guess we could make the jump after.
Yeah, we just. You see, this one goes up. So we just need to get 5th gear.
Or we could probably go around.
That's probably also an option. Yeah, you can probably just drive down here like we did before.
But jump.
I want to shoot at Zeus with the nail gun.
Where's Zeus?
I don't know.
Can we use the nail gun while we're holding it?
I
Well, let me see if I get a
Okay.
green light.
want to try something.
No. Oh, it's not visible. I'm dead. There's a hat down here.
I died too.
What happened?
I tried to land on Zeus's plank and I fell through it.
We're both dead.
Oh, we cannot grab it. Do you guys fall down? Oh, I see you guys. Okay.
Yes.
It's okay. We have 10 EpiPens. Here, I got you. Why is Brecky's name here?
Because that's where he hit. I'm up.
Did the net not go?
I
Someone
now
else
I
go
have it.
to bank. Oh, Akko is going to bank. Oh, I don't like bank. There's always so many procedures and shit.
Yeah, I can't interact with the nails after they're placed.
You can right click to remove them.
With a nail gun, you can.
Oh, with the nail gun?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a nail gun.
There should be one extra. Look,
I think I just want to drive that way.
but I want to be
There's a
cool.
long path of nothing here. It makes me feel like they put something at the end that's going to be annoying and they didn't want people to just restart and try to cheese it.
Wait, yeah, we can just like drive around from there and then drive there.
I think it's just meant to be very bumpy. Yeah, I think I'd rather drive down and around than go through that bridge.
Why don't we do that? I just thought it was fun building a bridge.
Building the
It's
bridge.
too janky, I think.
It's fine.
Look at that beautiful bridge. What?
I couldn't catch it.
What a scam.
We got scammed by the nail.
We should try to build a house with this.
Ooh.
We put like... I don't know if I can do that in time.
What's with the music suddenly going horror mode? What the heck?
Do you want to drop this plank like right here?
Sorry, I'm
that makes
changing
sense.
music. What happened?
Like right on this edge here, like this. Okay, let me get the nail gun first. I want to build a frame.
Oh,
Hello, Noah.
Hello, XC.
Dang it. If this works.
looks like it works.
What are we doing?
Building a house.
Yeah, if you keep...
Did you try to shoot Zeus?
No, I try to shoot the plank. Oh, wait, that could be perfect if you lean it on this diagonal back from the outside.
That kind of worked.
Yeah, we can build like a Norwegian house.
Oh my god, I don't know what a Norwegian house is by making it.
Like very low roofs.
Like a Valheim house. Anyways, Darby's already on the other side.
You're such a gremlin. I am.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Oh my god, we can live in this.
We need some for the other side too.
We need to like, yeah, do this like triangle thing.
Push this forward a bit.
You tried to kill me.
It's beautiful.
I can
Oh,
live in
this-
this.
Wonderful.
Yeah. This is literally
No, we
perfect.
We need to like, close it up here.
Nice, nice.
We need
Okay,
more
this
planks.
one-
Protected from bears.
This one in the middle doesn't seem good. Someone remove the one in the middle.
It's a door. This will protect us from bears.
Beautiful.
True.
There's still one more plank. I can't get out.
We need to put the plank on this side.
Oh, hi, Lex. Couple snack? Uh oh. Am I the snack?
I'm out of nails.
Oh no.
Get the nail gun.
Oh, we wasted 2 nail
Yeah,
guns
but
on
there's
this.
a second one here. Okay, Sue's got it. You don't need one from the RV.
Where's the
You can
car?
probably nail it up here in this corner.
Oh, the car is already there. What?
Yeah.
Oh, you got it from there? Wow. Beautiful.
Oh, Black is doing it. Oh my god, that's the turbo fuel. Yeah, oh no.
Can I shoot you over here?
Billy says you're a baka is a sign of endearment, don't worry. Billy is such a sweetheart. Hope you had fun with Tails.
I heard that brush my head. Just.
Oh, we're out of nails.
Alright, we're good. We built a house. That was very important.
We need to destroy it, right?
It's indestructible because of the nails.
Unless we have a nitro
Nails
bomb.
make stuff indestructible.
We just need a liquid nitrogen bomb.
That doesn't do anything. They're locked in place.
Oh, are we out of liquid bomb?
Yes. Yes.
Nitroglycerin?
Yeah. Nitro.
Yes,
What?
yes, we are out.
I'll use fireworks on the car.
Can't if I'm holding you.
I'm being
Oh,
I'm
there's
being
geysers on
restrained.
the path.
What's the worst
Ooh,
that can happen?
we can make the car fly.
Hello, legs.
Scrap, 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 scrap.
Oh my god, you got your wish.
There's scrap.
Okay.
Brecky, there's scrap.
Easy,
Brecky.
easy.
Brecky, there's scrap.
Oh god. Oh.
Doing PCD mostly okay
Okay, there's
now?
another bridge. This bridge has geysers in it.
Ooh, we can use the jump. We can do the jump.
God,
This one's actually looks like we can use the nail gun on it pretty easily.
I feel this one you don't even if we don't even need a nail gun.
It's probably gonna push this plank away.
Nah, it's fine.
I want to get hit by it. Oh my god.
Oh, it's so good.
Can we get the nail gun?
Yeah, I'm on it.
I wanna fly. I'm flying.
I don't think. Okay.
You don't want this one?
I'm
Yeah, that one's
flying.
fi- it doesn't matter at this point. I think we need to get the RV here so we can measure how wide the wheels are.
You said again. This cobalt takes so much upkeep. Let me see if I can get down there.
I was flying though.
Oh, this geyser is floating. Where did you go? Did you roll down?
I probably did, yeah. I'm smoking now. It's fine. Oh, I'm awake. I can fly again.
At the cost of everything.
It's okay. We have 7
What's up?
EpiPens.
Yeah, and then we're gonna
Whoa.
fight this father. We're gonna
Wait,
die
I didn't
100
mean to
times
fly
and
this
again.
time. What? No, I didn't mean to fly. You telling me the one that's below the wood will still make me fly?
Cobalt needs wings. Okay, I'm here now.
I'm gonna wait for it to activate.
I didn't mean to fly this time.
Is it off? It's on.
Is that good?
Yeah. Okay. Then we need 2 other. No, you don't need to do both sides. It becomes solid the moment you put a nail on it.
Yeah, it's gonna be safe.
I'm smoking.
We can do another one here.
You wanna line that up? Yeah, it seems good enough.
Smoking is good. Smoking is bad for your health, chat. But I'm smoking
Where did you die?
somewhere. I'm looking at.
The RV is still gonna fly around.
Yeah, we just have to time it.
Yeah.
Okay, where's Tura?
I'm.
Oh,
I saw Brecky fly.
Oh, Tira's right where I am. Across the bridge.
Hi, Brecky.
Hello. Yeah, you found it.
I'm alive.
Hello.
And smoking has
something to
revived
find out.
me.
Did you grab the nail gun?
I do got the nail gun.
Oh, that was almost the entire plushie.
Almost.
Almost.
Bracky's in the way of the plushie.
I
The
cannot
Bracky
believe it.
Cappy should have been in the middle. Because that is the plushie and that, you know, it's the different that's getting tapped. Dude, I'm gonna add that as a 1 second.
I'm gonna
add
try
it?
this one.
I have a feature that where I can just add random combinations to be extra wins. Thanks to the follow, I appreciate it. And I'm gonna
Oh, we're stuck.
When?
what is log?
Oh, we're unstuck. Oh, we're stuck.
Do it again. Do it
I
again.
can't
Wow, why is the car naked?
with normal.
Here, I
Oh my
can.
god, naked call blush.
Oh wait, I can fix this. Let me drink a beer.
Why is the geyser not going off?
I don't know.
I'm shy.
I'm pushing it. I'm pushing it. I'm so strong. I'm actually so strong. I'm helping. I'm helping.
We're missing wheels. We're missing like 2 wheels with this bed.
We can push it away from the geyser first.
Yeah. Okay. Okay,
Look
now
at
we need
that.
to put the wheels on it. Okay, that's not too bad that I put that winch like that.
See, I help sometimes.
Okay. We need to put the wheels on it.
Oh, and do we need the Jack Paul
Yeah, we-
Paul thingy?
Yeah, it's on the roof.
We need to restore the roof first.
Ladder.
No, no one has gotten a special win, which is not a big surprise considering that's like one in a way too unlikely. Oh, this is not even close to dying. This is so fine.
Yeah, right? Still so much health.
We need to repair the wheels though.
Do I need to
'cause
repair the wheels
have
with
us, like very close.
chicken nugget?
Get it out.
At least we have a use for a spare wheel for once.
I see a wheel.
I see one. I see one under the bridge.
Yes, that's the one I saw. Okay, this one was
Whoa.
okay, not fly.
I wanna fly.
Just happened to me.
I'm doing work, I'm fixing it.
We're completely missing a wheel though.
It's gotta be here somewhere, right?
We can drive with 3 wheels.
You gotta find the.
Preferably not.
Don't let two.
This is the first
Let
time we
Tara
actually lose our
drive.
wheels.
Can you stop driving, please?
Oh, I found a wheel.
Oh,
I found a wheel.
Wait, I'm not driving. I fixed the
the
car.
the front wheel is spinning, and I just hold the drill in one place, and it just slowly fixed itself. Got a wheel.
I wanna fly.
No, we already used like so many of it, but
Fine. I'll refrain from flying.
I will disconnect the winch.
I don't think it's in park.
Oh,
It's not in park.
Wee.
it's fine.
Yeah. We have a little health. Look at that.
I need to get to the roof so I can put this back on. Also want to get the planks back.
So
We
you
use
need
our
to
reserve
nail gun.
planks.
You got the nail gun? Okay.
I got a nail gun, yes.
Careful, there's a thing right here. You wanna grab this one?
I'll grab that.
Let's Zeus walk back.
Oh,
Oh, no problem.
it's okay. Zeus can fly. Zeus is a very cool dog.
Zeus can bracky
Oh my
fly.
god. I can't bracky fly.
Maybe Kobo fly?
Oh, around the guys here.
Okay, we lost our spare wheel, which I mean,
find
that's what it's
the
for.
one.
It's okay. We don't need that.
Our RV is in a weird position. No problem.
Not
huh?
my fault,
Oh,
not
yes,
my
problem,
fault. I
stuck.
didn't do anything. No problem.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Easy.
You can't eat the wheels. We don't have a spare wheel.
But I want to eat it. I want to steal from Broken.
Where's everyone?
I'm running around
We
with...
abandoned you.
Oh
Oh
no.
my god, fly.
Sorry, I had to drink water. I'm being threatened to drink water.
I could drink a
You can
monster.
water too.
A monster is water, right?
Close enough. I can drink broken because people are like 70% water, right?
Yeah, man, we use it to eat,
Careful,
you can
careful,
steal.
careful.
But I'm a kobold and I steal.
Hello?
Crazy how the game didn't kill us there.
Yeah,
It could have very easily.
it was nice for once.
Game
So
being
go
nice.
up or left?
Oh, it's good.
Up. I like up.
Oh, there's planks up here. No, you want to go down. There's some winch poles and some planks here.
Oh, this is
Ooh.
a checkpoint.
Checkpoint?
Is there a welding station here?
Check this. Check this out.
Please let me out. I'm very damaged.
Are you know?
There's a respawn point here if you think that will make you less damaged.
Probably would. Well, since we don't have our spare tire, we can put a winch. We can't put a winch.
Finally.
So we go up.
I've
Fun now.
I've been holding back and I've seen a checkpoint. I just had to explode.
Oh.
I'm fully healed.
Oh my god, I actually did something good.
Oh, there's a welding station over here.
Nice.
There's also a bunch of parkour.
Parkour?
You have to do the parkour every time.
Why is there a golden statue?
Someone peed on it.
I see
Oh my
turbo
god,
fuel.
that's a golden statue.
Yeah.
Can I call the golden statue out next?
It's pointing
Oh.
somewhere.
Let me steal the golden statue. Ooh.
Zeus was fast.
You just fell right in front of me.
There's a jump here.
There's turbo fuel down here. We have like turbo fuel in the car.
I'm taking
We
one.
could either go down and then... No, we can't go down. We have to do this jump or build a bridge. There's a bunch of wooden planks here.
This one doesn't want to
Waiting
activate.
for this to activate.
Yeah. Maybe we need Sigurd?
Hello, Marvik.
Hello,
Thanks for the
Ooh,
raid.
hello,
Marvik.
Marvik.
Well, Corix.
After
hello,
party raid,
Gamma. Hello,
is this not gonna
Custodian.
activate?
Doesn't feel like
We're
it.
currently having a party.
Nice.
Hello, Boba.
Oh wait, are we having a party? No, I cannot get back.
We're just going home from the party. Hello, Ixon.
Bracky, make this
Well,
geyser
thank
go
you.
off.
Brecky, we need
Okay,
the
Geyser,
geyser.
go off.
Hi, Ixentraken.
I'm gonna see what's down here. Oh, whoa. Hope you had a good stream. What did you do today? Special events. Nice. Roguini. You did
Is
have
it-
a party.
It doesn't want to activate.
I feel like the moment we leave from it, it's gonna activate.
Maybe it's a shy geyser.
I don't think we can get out of here.
Yeah.
Without.
Yeah, you're celebrating 400 followers. I remember that now.
Ooh, heck
Congrats
yeah.
on reaching that.
Can you get out through there?
I'm trying. It feels like it's very finicky, but
We might
maybe
need
it's
to use
possible.
the winch. Or we might just. We could just reset. We're right here.
Did you do some more cool arts?
Bracky, can you reset?
1 second, I'm looking what's down here in the down way.
Maybe we need to throw something at it?
You saved Tira from me killing them.
I've been saved.
I don't know if that makes me a boring streamer, but I've never celebrated any milestones.
You're not boring.
I'm not streaming. It's like a stream thing. I'm streaming to hang out with friends.
I haven't
So
really
it's like-
celebrated anything as well.
So it's like,
Okay,
well,
let's-
oh, I'm not dead. Oh,
What do I
there's
see?
purple. You probably found
That's
this
scrap?
purple already.
That's a green thing. I think that's a hat.
You better get the green thing.
We need the green.
But green is a weird color.
No, it's not.
Green.
Oh, I
means
see how you're
lovely.
stuck in here. I'm standing in the gate here, hoping for it to go off.
Okay, it's a hat. What's his hat? Is it a new hat? No, it's the one Bracky already has.
Oh, the geyser went off.
Did it save you?
It didn't
it
blow me at
EpiPen?
all. I stood inside of it and nothing
Okay.
happened.
I guess we reset again.
I can just die. Unless everyone is down here.
I'm not.
I'm down. We're all down here. I think. Oh no, Tira's not.
I'm not. But
You
I can. I can
you
jump.
activate the gravestones? No. You can activate the. Oh, never mind.
I activated something.
Geyser's big gay.
There you go. Gazer?
Big gaze
Hmm.
here. I have to go to the bathroom.
In
Okay,
game or
Bracky, do you need help?
Yes. You have to hold for me. Never mind, I didn't say that. Dang it.
What did they mean by this?
Oh,
I need to go to the
occupied?
bathroom. Is that fun when you're on the toilet?
Oh,
Gribbis got
I
Gribbis got
found.
a victory.
I found the best fit.
Because I'm pooping in this corner. Alright, be right back.
Bye.
You're never getting in this house.
I have a flare gun. Did I just hear a bird?
I did not. Now I heard it. It's right next to me.
Oh yeah. The bird just cannot
You can
grab
make
me.
this, John.
That's a dumb bird.
I'm dead.
What happened?
I'm not dead.
Oh
Did you shoot the bird?
no, I could.
I'm
Oh
dead.
wait, I could
You
try.
revive me? You
Yeah, I
revive me on
can.
Gravestone? I can. If we have two flare guns, I can also try.
I see one. Alright, it's Duck Hunt.
We only have one.
Oh, we only have one?
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
So make it count.
The bird is gone though.
If fishing a fishy fish.
Nice.
Did you get a fishy fish?
I haven't fished in VR chat for a while.
I thought you finished fishing.
I still haven't bought the luxury speedboat.
You finished fishing. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't see the bird anymore.
I think it's gone.
It tried to grab me but failed and then just ran away out of embarrassment.
Oh, I think we want to do the jump. The jump seems a lot better than this other path. We can also very easily get the welding station.
Welding station. I feel like once we get to the welding station, how are we supposed to get back up?
We can just use a winch.
Oh right, winch is the thing. Oh, I drove the car here.
Yeah, we're gonna need to turbo fuel and jump off that. I'm at the golden statue. It has a golden Zippo lighter.
Ooh. I wanna eat that statue. It's gonna be so crunchy.
Oh, there's another battlefield over here. So I think it's gonna be like a similar ending.
So there's just like a multiple different choices of path?
No, I mean, like, I think I see the end of the game, and it looks like another battlefield like the end of the first game, or the first map.
That quick? I thought it took us like 4 or 5 sessions to get to the ending of the first one.
It might still be far. I don't know how far we are. But I can see it over if I walk over this mountain. Or at least I think it is. I might be crazy. I'm very damaged.
I don't know where I am. I might have walked too far ahead.
Oh, I died. Oh, it's to your right.
Am I right?
Yeah, that's the ramp.
Oh yeah. Then I'm not too far ahead.
And then the statue's right there.
Oh, it just spawned in it. It just spawned it for me. I think it's because of the view
It was
distance.
always there. Yeah, it was far. It was despawned.
Let me bunny hop.
Hello.
Welcome
I think we
back.
restart from checkpoint again.
No, we don't need to.
But I was at full health before
It's okay. Who needs health anyway?
me.
Did I
Here.
miss?
See, you're fine.
I'm half health.
It's okay. I'm also half health.
We're gonna do this, I guess.
What are we doing?
I don't know. Oh, are we
Go
trying to get to the well
welding
station?
Yeah.
I got it.
That worked. Alright, what happened?
Nothing.
Hello, Mafia Wall. Thanks for the boot.
Are you getting closer?
I don't think so. I'm
Oh, you're
stuck.
stuck.
I'm stuck under the wood. Oh, oh, oh. Maybe. Oh, oh. Oh my god, we did it.
Okay, now I just release you. You got it.
Oh,
We need winch poles.
We
Yeah.
have 4 of them on the RV.
Okay.
we need more.
Are you ready to turbo fuel? Oh, that's actually hurting me.
Oh, do we need a turbo fuel? Oh, to jump
Yeah,
over
we can
this
jump.
one, right?
Yeah, because the other path seems very bad.
Yeah. Let me see how big the jump is. Maybe we can use a nail gun to extend the path. Oh,
Yeah,
we don't
that's
need
why I've
to.
been getting more planks.
No, we don't need to like extend the path because this one is actually not a big jump. Oh, not too big of a jump. A turbo fuse should be enough.
Wanna watch
Are we
you do
ready?
jump?
I wanna do the jump.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't look that short.
Just make sure you're ready.
Okay, and
Oh,
make
wow.
gear one now?
Okay. Are you still in park?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in now.
Okay.
Fine.
Here we go. Whoa.
I figured as much.
But it was so close
Since Bracky
though.
wasn't here.
Yeah, because Brecky wasn't
I
here.
think Bracky.
Hmm.
I'm
Brecky-
backseating. I never drive, but I'm backseating.
But Brecky isn't here. That's why we didn't do it. The car didn't have enough motivation. That's why.
And then you ask me for motivation.
Yeah. We need Brecky in the car for motivation. Oh, that actually scared me. Why is that explosion so loud?
Keep you on your toes.
Oh my! I can. I'm gonna make my computer vital.
What?
I saw that you can. Like my Discord was being picked up by my microphone.
Oh. I'm using headphones.
Hopefully the
here as well.
audio is good. Fine.
You just got into my ears.
I kinda like that.
Hello. I was looking around at this and now comes some like you.
What? When did I get teleported to? Where the fuck am I?
Let me
Oh,
look at
you-
your screen. Oh wait, that's so far back.
What happened?
That's where the
Yeah,
that's where
that-
we hooked the RV to
Why?
the.
Why am I being teleported?
I guess die and we can bring you back.
Oh, let me find a cliff to
Oh,
jump
you're
off
over
of.
there.
I don't know.
How did you get over there?
I jumped
I ran
into a
them
car.
over.
I jumped to
Yes,
the
of
car,
course.
and then I'm here.
Oh, I wanna die. You can make me respawn.
No, only Toro.
Oh my god, there's so many scrap here. And a nuggie. Can I eat this nuggie?
I mean, we're not gonna use it.
I'm gonna use it. I have damage.
Okay.
Wait, where did the nuggie go?
You know where to go back.
Oh. Oh wait, maybe I can hold the nuggie and then jump off and then get revived.
I think you drop your stuff.
I'll eat it then.
I mean, you can try. Nothing's stopping you.
All right, I'll do it.
Down there, somewhere down there, there's also a corpse of me. I
Oh my
also
God.
fell down there.
I see the light. I see the light. Whoa!
Whee!
Wee!
That's funny.
Oh my
You
god!
revived me.
Hero's invisible.
I'm still dead? Oh, okay, I'm not dead. I'm still dead?
Oh, they're back.
No, I'm still
Wow.
have, I still have the skull, but I can move.
The freezing damage doesn't get removed when you get revived. Interesting.
What happened?
Game says I'm
the
still dead.
frozen damage doesn't get removed.
I think it just randomly takes damage away.
No, I think it does like a bit of each specific kind of damage.
I think it just gives random damage removal. Because sometimes it full heals you, sometimes it doesn't.
I wanna do the
What?
jump again.
Do you want to? Okay.
I think I need to do second gear.
I'm
I
looking
didn't do
for
it.
a nail gun. Because they always have the thing around.
Oh, I
somewhere.
winched you so you could get the thing. I thought you meant this jump.
Oh, I'll do this jump as well.
I kind of want to get these
Winch me.
items.
Wait, what?
You're pulling the wrong one? Oh, there we go.
Oh, you're on the front. I thought I got the back one again.
Oh my god, shortcut. I'm the best. Speedrun strat.
Ooh,
I don't think there's anything we need over there. That's a deer. That's a hat. That's another hat. That's a hat you have. Those are scrap. And there's an EpiPen.
I guess so.
We don't need those, it's fine.
But,
Just don't die.
but my,
Yeah.
I gotta pick up every item I see.
I can throw you at it.
Oh, you winch me and then you throw me there.
We can.
Big brain?
Or we could try making the jump again.
Are we gonna get the items there?
That was scary.
He almost got ran over.
I was contemplating how to build the bridge and then just
Bricky, Bricky,
I made
Bricky,
it.
Bricky,
That question.
Bricky, Bricky, come here, Bricky, Bricky.
What? Wait, no.
We need to
Hold on,
jump
I can't
down.
die.
We need to jump down.
I wanted to walk around.
You can make it by walking.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
But I want to bring
I was
Bracky and
like,
jump
no,
down.
you gotta die.
It's fine.
If you're holding each other, only one of you takes fall damage.
Right? And big brain.
But walking this way, none of us gets fall damage. Thanks
I mean,
for
if
the
you're a
shade.
coward.
Where am I? I think I took the wrong turn. But there's scrap here. Hello, Bush. Congrats on the Paul of the Hour.
We took very little damage.
Oh my god, 7 pawns?
Nice. Oh, we were here before. This was with the Geysir Bridge.
I don't know how I died. I didn't even jump that far.
Robot science was unsuccessful. I'm gonna walk back to the revive station.
I'm looking
Did you
at
fall
Zeus.
down the pit?
No, I tried to walk around the left side and then go down to where Zeus is.
Oh, you're near me?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll walk back to the revive station.
Yay.
Not if I find them first. I think that's you. It looks like it could be you.
Maybe.
I guess look at my perspective. Maybe that. Yeah, that is you. You're freaking out over there.
Oh, dang it.
Or that's a bush. But I think that's you. That's too far for me to get there. I guess I can tell if Bracky revives you and you disappear.
Okay, first.
Oh my god, I live.
Oh yeah, you disappeared. That was you.
And I
I
got
will
3
carry you.
uppies.
These guys must be millionaires. Cigarettes are expensive.
Yeah.
Are you gonna? Oh, you're going that way.
I'm being carried.
Very hard to see for me.
Throwing
What?
cigarettes at Bracky.
I'm too thick.
I see you. I saw you. I see you.
Hmm.
Jump, I'll catch you.
Get catch Tira.
Wee. I've been
catch you.
I've been catched.
You jumped over me.
Thank you.
Brecky
I didn't
too
take any
strong.
damage.
Look, it's perfectly new. Nothing happened to it.
I'm gonna look at the statue.
I want to
Can you
look at the
press hold?
statue too.
Okay, we can leave Tiora.
Wait.
This. I feel like there would be something here. Why are you so fast?
Did you smoke your cigarette for fast?
What's this?
I enjoy taking fall damage from just sliding off the rock a tiny bit.
Isn't it great?
Can I put Bracky inside the statue?
Hmm?
Can I put Bracky inside the statue?
Sure. I don't know what that means, but
I don't know if
Sure.
that's gonna work though.
Excuse me,
I-
but Tyra is a
I'm
good
inside
girl
of
and
the
needs
leg,
to
but I
be
don't really
so.
see much.
And also, she needs pat pats.
Hey.
This
Pat,
looks
pat,
like
pat,
something.
pat, pat,
This-
pat.
I'm being many pet.
Right, I'm going back.
Needs to be called so. And chat must pet your local kobold. I'm leaving the golden statue.
The party buttons. Oh, RV is so
Hey,
cool.
Bracky.
Hello? Just making our way here too.
When we're done with this, we have to get a real RV and drive not for real.
Yeah, we're gonna do this in real life.
And then a lot of explosions as well.
Where's Bracky?
You'll never
Bracky is
find
somewhere.
me.
Okay, we leave Bracky.
Why does someone suddenly have an urge to go to a night market and buy a bunch of food there?
RV's making you hungry.
I am pretty hungry.
Oh, it's water time again.
Oh no.
You know, I was
With
thinking
geysers.
earlier that we have a lot of motor oil, and there's probably gonna be a water section like in the previous map.
We can just use the geyser and do the skip.
Yes. That doesn't look safe. Oh, okay, it's fine.
What do you
It's
get
so
at night
small.
market?
It's so hard to see anything out of the window. How are you driving?
with
I just hit forward and hope that I don't die.
yeah.
Okay, there's wind pocket. Nail gun, nice.
The night
I
might
think.
yeah.
Do these float?
They have to. This game's fake.
No.
Close enough. Oh, burp, burp!
There's a bird.
Yo, Breaky,
Stop it!
Breaky's flying.
You should have landed in the geyser.
Burp.
Bracky fly.
Breaky flying. Am I being grabbed?
Yeah, you can do the geyser here without dying.
Oh my god. I'm flying with the bird. Also, in night market, we get like satay, ayam goreng, like a bunch of like,
What do we nail this day?
keropok leko is also there. Grilled, a bunch of grilled stuff, right? Grilled
there's
chicken
mines.
wings and stuff. And then there's like
Mines?
char kway teow cham
Yeah, there's
fen.
mines underwater.
Mines?
Oh, oh my god, that's alright here. No, no.
Mines?
Wait, that was a shadow. I don't see any. Oh, see my oh, that's
Oh my god, I need
the
it.
one.
Ooh, let me
But you
smoke
don't
my
need
cigarette
it.
underwater to get to this mine faster.
You can
Is this a
drink water.
mine actually?
Yeah, that's
What
what.
if I throw a cigarette? It doesn't do anything. This thing's a fakey dicky. That thing bad.
I don't know where we're supposed to go.
We just drive on the water.
I guess I'll use the geyser tool.
Yeah.
Look, hello Bracky.
Well,
Let me smoke my cigarette so I swim faster.
that makes sense.
Get that nice lubrication with that tar.
Do you guys trust me with the geyser? And when I drive the car, we can sequence skip.
I don't think the geyser moves the car that much. I think it just deals a lot of damage.
No, I think it does. Right? Did it not fly the first
Oh,
time?
I see one path we could have taken.
It looks like we have to go
Oh,
up
I
this.
died.
Would you do that?
I'm next to the RV. I was looking at where to go.
There's a thing here. There's a structure here.
I'm gonna fly with the geyser.
Oh. Yeah, I think we have to go towards the. Well, there's dead trees everywhere.
Okay, yeah, we have to go forward where the RV is facing. We have to go through these two rocks, or the other path is if we turn around and we go up this mountain that has a bridge.
Yes, I was on that right now. I saw that. That might be an easier bridge to build.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to cross water to get there.
I'm so tempted to just use the geyser.
I don't think the geyser pushes the RV. I think it just explodes it. Because
No,
that's what happened when we went over the bridge. It just exploded the RV.
Is it? I thought the RV flew.
I didn't see it fly. I just exploded on the bridge.
Can I try?
I mean,
Oh,
when's the checkpoint? The checkpoint is before the jump.
Oh. I mean, the jump shouldn't be too hard, I think.
I really want to build a bridge. I'm gonna start building a bridge.
We have a turbo fuel, we don't need the bridge anymore. Alright, I'm going to the
If
right.
we can get across these two rocks, it should be a lot easier.
These two? Where's Zeus?
I can't do that by myself.
I'm on the other side of Bracky.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm flying.
We.
Could you place it on my head? Could I be a support?
Emotional support. Oh, well. That didn't really work.
I'm ready. I'll wait for the next geyser. Oh, oh, oh! It does make the geyser fly, but now I'm stuck on the water.
At least the engine's not underwater. I'm stuck. I was ragdolled.
Whoa!
Now the engine's underwater.
No bridge building now.
Wait, I can
Nope,
I
we're
can
gonna
fix
resource
this.
checkpoint.
No,
We
no,
could
no, wait,
probably
wait.
make it.
Yeah,
Well,
we can put it up. We can put it up.
we're on a timer as well.
Watch this.
We can kind of like, jump out of this. I don't know what's happening. I'm just gonna build my bridge.
Did the side flip?
I think we could just ride this wall.
What wall?
Also, do we have one on our wheels? We do have one on our wheels. I think we just ride this wall onto this rock, and then we jump off this rock.
Oh, do we need a flipper now? Ooh. I'm the best at this. Oh. I'm trying to save the car.
I like that everyone is just trying to do different things. People's repairing, everyone's driving around. I'm just trying to do everything. Ooh, that was smooth.
I saved the car, I think.
Okay, I fixed it.
I think this is as far as my bridge adventure goes.
Alright, there we go. The car is safe again.
It's like, oh,
The green that lives under the
Help.
bridge.
where's the nail gun?
Do we need a
We
turbo
have one
fuel?
inside if we need it.
There was
We
one
used
right
it on the
here.
last jump.
I don't want to waste the ones in the RV. Oh my god. Sorry.
Oh. Ow, ow, ow.
I fixed it. We could, but there's mines in the water.
Oh, we could use the classic winch.
Okay,
Oh, there's a
we're out
little
of oil.
winch pole.
And we're not out of oil. We have one. Now we're out of oil.
I agree with Broken. Just drive through the water.
You just tried that. He's just going up.
Save the car, save the car.
Wait, I'm still driving.
Oh. Okay, I'm holding on to it.
Okay. We ball.
Easy. Oh, I have the winch, I have the winch.
Oh no.
Oh no, keep driving, keep driving.
No.
No.
I wanna get the motor oil.
We're so close.
My wheels
No.
lose traction.
Probably because
I
water.
was running to get the motor oil.
I was running to try to get the winch.
Oh, wait, I used it all. Why
Alright,
is there? Oh,
It's nighttime.
Hello?
okay. Okay, so we get we repair the RV and then we do the jump. Are you ready? Are we inside? Are we going?
Yeah, we going. Where's Brecky?
Rocky's ahead.
Oh, Brecky fast.
Adventure.
We do the wheeling?
Yeah. Do you want to go back down or do I go down?
Winch me.
Burp! Oh my god, where did that come from?
I got
somehow,
the thing.
like, it somehow packed me, but only threw me sideways.
The
The
bridge
bird
is
can also skate you out of the hole.
Alright.
3. Did you die, Frankie?
No, I'm fine. Oh, I found Nitro was doing.
Oh, you can do the rocket jump. I know if I refer to bird.
Did you
The...
die to run?
I did it, I did it. The bird. I'm untouchable by the bird.
Okay, we need to jump now.
I wanna jump, I wanna
Ready,
jump.
Brekkie?
I'm ready.
Use the left ramp. The right. Last time you went in the middle of both ramps.
Use the left
I
ram?
was looking for some scrap, but it's not there this time.
We have 66 scrap.
So we could have 67, you know?
Like the funny number.
The funny number?
Yes.
Alright, did you use the turbo oil?
Not yet. We're waiting for Brekkie.
Oh yeah.
No, you can do the jump. I'm far away.
We need Brekkie.
We need Brekkie for the power.
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the jump.
We need Brekkie for the Brekkie fly.
Yeah, we need the Brekkie fly. What if chat
I
spams
was
Brekkie
mentioning
fly?
yesterday that I almost named Brekkie Fly. I almost named it Brekkie Flappy. Any thoughts?
That's not Brekkie fly. That's Brekkie flappy. It's different.
Yeah, it's different.
Look, I got a drink.
Wow.
I mean, just don't leave it rolling like last time.
I'm gonna get the other one.
No. Let's go. Okay. It's in.
I'm gonna go in the bathroom. I'm not.
I'm
gonna look at
going
the
in.
jump.
Let's go. Perfect.
Oh, that's even less than you
Yes.
last time.
Right?
Keep going.
No, no, wait. I'm trying to like gentle. The handbrake works really well here. Look at that. The handbrake is great.
I can repair while we
I'm here.
I
I
messed
can't
up.
get the Nitro Glycerine anymore. I'm so upset.
No.
Furious.
go. It's okay. We can use this one right now to explode the RV.
Did we lose a wheel or something?
No, we're probably just on a rock.
Oh.
I can go this way.
Okay, I got most of the repairs. Let me see.
Wiggle,
Yeah,
wiggle,
we're on a rock.
wiggle, wiggle. Come on. I feel something's moving. Wiggle, wiggle. Unless I can like.
I'm pushing.
Oh,
There we go.
thank
Let me get back
you.
Ow.
I'm in.
Or Green Hornets.
It's Ferrix and the dragon.
I don't know where the last damage is.
It's going well. It's very
Yeah.
chaotic.
I love explosions. Am I going the right way?
Yeah,
I'm
mostly.
currently trying to retrieve some items I saw over here.
I don't know where Brecky is.
You will
Bracky
never
doesn't
find
like
me.
playing the game. Wait. We have to go back. We have to go down. this
Look, now
right
we
side
have
instead of where we're at.
55 scrap instead of 66. What do you say about that? And now I'm gonna
Mm.
62.
Sure. That's
Do we
fine.
go?
Go backwards.
Go backwards?
Yes. And turn left while going backwards. Hold left while going backwards.
It's lovely Ferrix to give you cuddles. Mm. Oh,
Yeah, now go down there. Let me get inside. Or I don't
okay.
think I can get inside from here.
Can you not?
I'm in.
Which
There
is
is just a lot of wing to cuddle.
nice. I like dragon cuddle.
Okay, now we're waiting for Bracky. We need him to bring
You're
us
waiting
Bracky
for me,
fly.
We need a Brecky fly.
but I need nitroglycerine.
Where's Brecky? I need the bomb.
We already have one. We could use it on the RB. We have fireworks.
Ooh, well, you're right. I can do the jump again.
You will never find me.
I will find Brecky. Huge wings for cuddles. I feel like I can just cling onto the wing and there'll be a cuddle. I'm that small. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Evie. I just have to look at that real quick. Oh,
I got peed in this bottle.
I want to eat it.
You don't want to drink that.
I-
No.
I want. It's so shiny. It's orange juice. It's the Fable OJ.
It looks a bit see-through for orange juice.
It's fine.
More-
That just means it's
apple
more
juice
shiny.
color. Zippies. I'm being drowned. What if we just go up
Sippies
the
to
left here?
nitroglycerin.
It doesn't go anywhere though.
Uh,
I could jump down from here.
I mean, there's trees over here, which we can't really do much with. There's water.
yeah, probably not.
If we go right, wasn't there a way we could point? Oh, we can't.
I mean, it's been
If we
proven
go-
that we can drive underwater, right?
A little bit. Can we go this? Yeah, we can go this way. We're gonna drive underwater.
So we're going to the right?
Yeah, we're gonna go to the right. And we're gonna drive underwater. And we're gonna have fun. And everyone's gonna enjoy it. If you're
It's
not
gonna be
Heinz,
easy.
Such a
you're a bad
great
person.
time. It's gonna be amazing.
Are you ready?
I am.
You're on the top.
Yeah.
Rocky's leaving.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what that was.
Oh, there's a bottle of vodka here. It's like upside down.
Hmm.
There's another one.
Feels like driving underwater is a lot easier.
Here, stop.
Who?
I have a delivery to make.
Use the chair.
I'm trying. this. And another.
Pet pet? Must pet your local kobold. That feels a bit too steep, no? Okay, sorry, I have a question that.
I feel like we've driven worse.
Fair enough. Oh, this one's
We need
weird.
a ball of... No, not ball. A wooden plank there. Oh my god, careful.
I just need to line it up.
But there's a hole.
It's only a little bit. Right, yeah.
We're stuck.
Worked perfectly.
Oh, the hole is like perfect. Okay, how do I get back? I'm gonna help.
I'll go.
Oh wait, I should just winched it. I was thinking of like pushing it. Alright, here comes the muscular bolt giving you a push.
Wait. I'm trying.
You wanna pull the front, the front winch?
Is it better?
You're having fun up there.
It it looks better, I think.
Oh, I fell.
Bye bye. Okay, I got
Have
an
to get
idea.
Wooden planks.
I can throw you.
I can get in. Yay. Okay.
Can you grab me?
I need it. Okay. I press no button.
Where do you want to drive from here? What? There's a snake. Oh my god.
Oh,
How? What do we do now? There's turbo fuel. Maybe we can just even.
Pull,
Oh, I already forgot about
pull
the snake.
forward.
So,
for what?
Pull the front.
E. No. Wait. Toggle? Toggle. Wait, there's no button to
Front and left
toggle.
click. It's R or T. I don't know if you have. I don't know
Okay,
what
there we
keyboard
go.
you have.
It was bugged. I think it's working.
Okay, let go.
Released, released.
Okay, what do we do? Release.
We might need a winch pole to put it inside.
Yeah, we're completely stuck.
there's winch posts on the other side of the river.
There's winch pulls on the top of the RV as well. You
We
want
cannot-
me to throw you up? Can someone throw me up?
I think Tira's getting it from across the river.
Is
Oh,
there?
never mind.
Oh wait. I need to get into the car first.
I can help you in the car.
Wait.
Where are you?
I threw the controller.
No. Okay. I don't want to lose it.
Nice.
I want to go up.
Okay. I hope I'm not too strong.
I got a winch pole.
I tried grabbing you as it went up.
Oh,
There we go.
we're on top.
I was first.
Oh, nice.
This could have been faster if you helped me.
I'll
Oh,
grab,
no, you
I'll
lost the
grab a
race.
controller.
I won the race.
And Brecky's too fast because Brecky fly.
Oh my god, there's
Holy-
more apple juice over here. And turbo fuel.
Wait, there's more bomb? I need the bomb. Hi, Mama Dragon.
We're still stuck.
Are we? I've been pushed out.
Did you fall?
I'm alive though. The cowboy and the breaking the zoos. We're driving a
Anywhere
car,
else where you could winch?
and I'm definitely not trying to destroy the car at all.
Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Johnny.
Oh my god, shiny dragon!
Jerk.
Can I
You
get
have
thrown
so
to the
many
top
bombs.
again?
You wanna go to the top again? I could
Yes.
throw where
You
to
could have done it through the outside too, but
I press push again for some reason.
I
Just
assume we
hate
don't have any of the anti-poison stuff.
not yet.
Haven't seen any antidote yet. Hope shiny dragon is doing it.
Johnny's also
Okay.
shiny.
Yeah, very shiny. And sometimes I'm mega squeaky though. Sometimes.
I wish I was shiny.
I'd love to be shiny.
I'm gonna try throwing the nitroglycerine at the sea mine.
Can you throw it at me instead?
Stand on the sea mine.
Oh my god, it swims in the water. It doesn't even explode when I throw it.
Maybe if we throw it
Oh,
straight
yeah,
up.
just play around at the sea mine. I think this is only gonna explode with impact. of
So
the
if I
car.
throw it underwater, it's probably gonna work, right?
I was gonna make a shiny redeem for Johnny. Because Johnny was like, when can I turn you shiny? But I'm lazy.
Okay, I'm gonna Hail Mary this.
I have a bomb.
I don't know how. Yeah, I didn't think you were gonna be able to drive that well.
It's fine.
That's a snake.
It's because you don't
Jump
believe,
into the
Rocky.
water. Oh yeah, it's down there.
I'm just waiting on this geyser.
I have a bomb. Don't we need a geyser
Is
for
it
it?
still undrivable?
I'm pushing
stuck
it, I'm
atop the
pushing it.
Geyser.
I'm pushing it. I'm pushing it.
I think I need to go backwards.
No, I think I can push it and then you can just like drive it. Oh, geyser's helping.
I think we need the winch pull that Rocky's dragging.
Ooh,
I think the geyser is safe for now.
feels like it. Here, let me try pushing it.
Okay, Rocky, where are you?
Pushing it
Oh, I
seems to
found
do
an
something.
antidote.
Where'd you go? You were in here?
I went forward.
There's the winch pull.
Oh wait,
Wall.
I got the winch.
I'm
There
gonna
is.
drink beer. And
I
Cobalt
think we just
becomes
drive and
stone.
pull at the same
right
time.
now.
Grab the controller.
I jumped out. Oh,
I.
pushing
Okay.
worked.
Dang it! I want.
Yay,
We went to the
easy.
winch pull.
No.
Wait.
The power of beer.
While I do some repairs, please stop moving.
Ow!
What?
Can we make some burgers?
Use 100 scrap. Got
Right.
an achievement.
I didn't get that achievement, so that's just you.
I didn't get that too.
Because you guys don't repair. You guys just damage
I-
and don't help.
No,
We
I
only have one
repair
hammer. I
sometimes.
love the repairing.
It's all me. I slave over a hot RV.
No, you're lying. I did something. I repair with firework.
I don't do anything, to be honest.
Oh, there's antidote. Can I use it?
Do you need it?
No. And a
Well, I
lotion.
need it.
I throw it down somewhere. I didn't see where it dropped.
Zeus doesn't want to make burgers.
It's okay, we can do a picnic here.
Whataburger.
I had
Mm.
Whataburger.
I got a
That's
soggy
from
burger.
Wendy's, right? Whataburger. Why did they all fall into the water?
Soft burger.
Where's the antidote? The solution?
I don't know where it dropped the antidote.
Great.
I wanna eat the burger underwater.
That's it.
Next to the mine. I'm so sad this thing
General
doesn't
direction
explode.
that you throw it at.
At you?
So where are you, Bracky? Should be there.
I threw at Breaky when Breaky was making burger. I don't think the antidote will float, right?
Whatever. You know, I was up there and was considering taking it, and I was like, yeah, I don't really need it right now. And I was completely gone.
It's in the water now. The water is gonna be antidote.
Make free water.
Mmm. Free antidote in the water.
I'm gonna get the other winch pole. So we probably need to replace one.
Because Bracky wasted all of them. Found nitroglycerin.
Ooh. It's giving us a lot of bombs. No, I want it.
I tried giving it to you.
I couldn't catch it. It was too far.
Cool, yeah.
Just drink the water.
If only I can drink the nitroglycerin.
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 Oh, shit.
It's actually a medicine.
Oh, so it should be safe to drink then, no?
I don't remember exactly what it's for, but I know it's for a heart condition.
A
Oh.
lot of medications is not safe to drink in higher doses.
That's what they want you to think. I could just drink it because I'm a kobold.
Yes. Sure. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look
Hot
at this
murmurs and the like.
translucent orange juice. The Fable OJ.
Jack? Why are you sitting in the air? I think I bugged you out.
No.
You're sitting for me.
I need to look at it.
They're not sitting.
I might be.
You're sitting for me. I picked
I can
up
pick
and
them up.
placed it down a few times and now you're sitting. Oh, no, it disappeared.
No, I didn't look at it yet.
Oh, no, you're still sitting, don't worry.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where to go from here. I should
I'm just-
probably have checked before I started driving.
It's a... just permanently sitting for me.
Oh my god,
Okay,
I
see.
opened up Google and then my
You-
PC's like dying. Can I push
That's
while
great.
sitting?
Can you pick me
Can I push while sitting down?
But probably everything works normally.
I,
I
want to
like
do some
it.
repairs.
Yeah, I think we have to go this underwater way here.
Yes, to the left, most likely.
Usually, if you ever played the Telltale Walking Dead game,
As you guys see here.
one
Someone.
older dude who gets angry has a heart condition need glycerin pills. Medicine in the pharmacy again. Oh,
Whee!
Kobo can
I
float.
can't
I'm
tell where we're
flying.
going.
I hear bomb goes off again. Without me.
I assume we go this way.
We can just drive on the water.
Ow!
We're stuck.
It does not look like we go
We're
this
very
way.
stuck.
Oh no!
Maybe?
I'm far away.
I don't know if you have the winch ready. But you winch to a tree. It was floating over water while sitting. Oh no, we're gonna explode.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh my god, saved. Easy.
I think I lost the controller though.
Flick gun.
It's just flying from me. I can't even pick you up anymore.
Oh, you cannot pick me up?
That's
I have a gun.
amazing. Hello, Saphira.
Oh my god, dragon.
Hmm.
Hey, Safira.
I lost one of the controllers though, which is bad. But we'll get one next.
Garage? Yeah.
Oh no, I found it.
I really want
I
to
don't think
figure
we're
out where we
supposed to
go
be here.
next.
Can I flag on the sea mine?
There's a way here. But it doesn't look like where we can drive.
I think we go this way.
Yeah, I think we'll go through the arch. Or arc.
No, that did nothing.
Oh, this is... Wait, this is where we started. Okay, yeah. Definitely go through that arch.
Where did the car go?
I'm gonna guess it went into the water.
I ran into a sea mine.
No, it doesn't actually work.
Yes. I almost got out of the water, but then I slid into a sea mine.
Oh.
Oh, there's gotta be a checkpoint there soon, right?
I think after the water, probably.
Yeah. It's okay. I can
So-
do this
so
jump.
much. I would collect
I
all
think
the
we can
stuff.
cheese it.
We
I
can
think I
just
saw a way to cheese it from here.
we use one
Yeah.
turbo fuel.
I'm sorry.
Turbo fuel to
Rocky
jump, and then
hiccups.
another turbo fuel to like.
Have to go on collection mission again.
Hmm.
Weld. I'm at the welding station.
Yeah, there's a checkpoint right after that arch. And there's like 7 mines right after the arch.
Awesome.
I like explosion.
Oh, thanks for the watch streak. Appreciate it.
Must watch Brecky.
How do we do this? I think we can cheese it.
I don't want to go over the mountain again to get that scrap and nitroglycerin.
But I want the
I
nitroglycerin.
mean, we don't really need it.
No, we need it
There's some at the water section.
to destroy the car.
I'm looking for ways to cheese this next area.
I'm in the door.
You are the door.
I am the door.
You're adorable.
Oh no. No. Huge
I'm
damage.
sorry.
It's massive. Hit the crab's weak point for massive damage.
Thanks for the pets.
Right? We need the
Maybe we can somehow go
nitroglycerin.
through the forest at the gold statue.
Brecky,
piece.
brecky. Is the mic?
Okay, I see it.
Is the bomb up here?
I see how to get there.
I believe in Zeus.
I can
Res
show you
me
where
at
it
the
is if you
checkpoint.
wait. You probably found it if you went this way.
Heroes hungry and need the nitrogen. Yeah, I need the nitrogen.
Where did
Can you
Tira
res me
go?
at the checkpoint?
Oh.
Or
I
I
don't-
guess you both are pretty far from it.
I don't know where you are actually.
Yeah, I fell in a hole.
Okay. Go back to the grave.
I'm
Yeah.
to your right, Tira, technically, but it's not worth it.
I can go back to the grave. I'm like very close. I can smoke my way to victory.
Dang it! I was hoping you didn't realize I can surpass you.
What? Oh, I see, Berkey. I need that nitrogen.
I can show you where it is.
Nice. I want it.
You should
I'm
repair
smoking.
the car first. I'm behind you.
Oh,
Zeus just wants to repair the car, and now we're doing a useless side mission. Just
I need the nitrogen.
Lol.
Oh, I was here.
Who were you?
I died again. This time I just made it worse.
Whoa, we can grab one of each.
You want to throw it at us?
Yeah.
We can just reach the car. Oh,
I didn't.
thanks. Of course, the kobold survives it.
Right? I'm so resilient.
Thanks for the pun. Oh my god.
Whee!
Thanks for the pontoon board. I appreciate it.
Nitroglidine? More like bitroglidine? That word is hard to pronounce. Glycerin.
Gorlololin.
Nitroglidine.
I didn't even know you were inside. I should park here,
Winch
probably.
me. Winch me. Winch me.
I want to make you sit again.
How? I don't know how to sit.
I don't know how I did it. I somehow picked you up and grabbed you a bunch of times, and you just sat.
Maybe I was doing something else as well? Maybe? Glycerin? Glycerin.
Can I reach you?
Oh. Oh. I'm almost
I
there.
got hooked on a rock. The cord is hooked on a rock. Oh, now it's unhooked.
But
It's back.
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, everything is fine. It's okay, the bird
Don't
cannot,
have to go to the revive station.
the bird cannot touch me. Because I'm just an after
Or touch
image.
me.
The bird fell down?
Oh, I see it. I missed.
Oh, do we need a flag gun for this?
What was that? Oh, that was the gazier.
Come here, bird, come here.
It's going for you.
Whoa.
Did you shoot it?
I forgot this delay.
Yay!
It's coming at me. I missed.
And grab Brecky.
Oh, well, we've light. Well, I'm gonna go to the revive station.
Yeah. throw me.
No, you
we need
should
to
try
go together. we need to go together. It's higher one to give
need to revive
Malsino a
you.
Kisserin. Ooh, I know how to read that now.
The burp got me again.
Is there a bird still here? No. I want to Kisserin the
Okay, we need to do
Maltino.
this.
I was holding Tira, so Tira didn't die from the fall damage.
I'm the best. I have massive legs.
Okay, we're gonna do the jump.
I'll do the. Okay, you do the.
Oh,
If you can switch to second gear, then you can make the jump.
Well, we can't cheese.
Alright, I
We
believe in the
can't cheese
cheese.
if we don't do the jump.
Oh, really?
Ooh, there's crap here.
Can we start again?
Okay,
Oh,
wait.
I think we just
Tira,
don't do the
blow up
repair.
LRV.
Don't do repair?
Yeah, don't do the repair. We just run the jump until we get it right. Because I see a way to cheese it.
Alright, where's the head
Use
supposed
the
to be?
firework.
Do I push it this way?
Yeah.
I thought you can cheese it.
No, we need to do the jump to get the cheese.
I can do it.
Yeah,
Trust
we
the
just run
couple.
the jump, ignore everything else, or else we'll be here forever.
Okay, I'll do the
Because I don't
jump.
want to do that water section.
I
Yeah.
like being here forever.
We need to land on that middle part. So
Where-
don't fall off, just land on the middle part.
Okay, I think I can do that.
You have to land right here.
Okay. I have the turbo fuel. I can do it whenever you want it.
Okay, we should we don't need to do repair, right? We just go.
No, just go for it.
Alright.
So we can get it at some point.
Thanks
Alright,
for the
so let
wands.
me. Oh, I need to get that thigh.
I
Alright, maybe.
didn't fish yesterday. I missed my daily login.
Oh no, I haven't fished for so long. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, it's on.
Here we go.
Say something nice about sharks.
Wee.
Uh,
Okay, can we stop? No, we can't.
No, I jumped over it. It was too fast.
we're live.
So, do we want to restart? The bird.
I don't know if we reset.
Oh, I think we might be able to like get back to like update.
No, we rocket.
Oh, we rocket? Okay.
Burp.
I was gonna destroy it, but
It's like a Mario Maker where you have to use the rocket to reset a level if you want to start fresh.
Oh, that doesn't
Grab a
rocket
bird
mean we
boost.
just keep going?
well, the rocket, I was gonna explode the RV.
I'll keep going.
Where'd you go?
I don't know.
I got burped.
I also beefed my daily log and realized I wanted to get the bear. Oh, I think I have the bear. Yeah. A toonboat fish as well? Oh, we need to fish together sometime. I need to do a VR chat fish stream again.
I did that too on my first week Toonbolt. So I had to wait another 7 days.
Yeah, getting the fishing withdrawals a little bit.
I
Alright.
was fishing with Toonbolt the other day. It was very comfy.
Oh, I want to fish with toonboat this one.
Let's go.
Alright. So we need to stop at the middle section.
Yes.
I'll try, but
That's why I was saying, like, let's just not repair it. Let's just try over and over and get in there.
okay, stop.
Okay, now turn left.
And then-
Back.
No, I tried.
No.
I almost did it.
Yeah, almost.
All right, let me do an awesome backflip.
I see we're at that part of the stream again.
Well, I'm trying to skip the next checkpoint.
We're trying to do speedrun strat. It's full and couple activity time. Back to double lurking. I go. Hey, have a good lurk too. I will do the get that thigh after. It's gonna have to control the speed. Oi!
Right, it's the beat.
That's fine. We're good. I'll
Yeah,
repair.
Why do I keep kissing the tree?
Why do we have so much motor damage? What happened?
We hit a tree. Well, I guess restart.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We never stuck. Left. Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay, wait. Let me drive. Let me drive.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I'll park here. It was a little bit nasty, but we did it. Now Breaky can fix the car. Bye, Breaky.
I'm still here.
Okay, I need to look. I need to look.
The trees are a little bit tight here, though.
Yeah, I saw a path. earlier.
Here, you might be able to go through here. You're stuck? Yeah, the wheels are not touching. Give me a second. I'll get the beer and push it.
I need to go a little bit forward and right here.
Oh my god. Wait.
Give
let
me
let
beer.
put the
Give me
hammer
beer.
away so I can grab you.
Pick me up. Okay, let me drink this beer and then I'm gonna push the car and then we can keep going.
This is gonna be close with all this damage that we have.
It's fine. Alright, pushing.
We can repair stuff, you know? I didn't know if you figured that out yet.
Yeah, but that's armor, not the health.
No, I mean the motor.
Oh, do we have the motor
We're
oil
out of
still?
motor oil. I used it already.
Oh, the wheel!
There was like nothing that happened.
Yeah!
I touched the tree.
It touched the
Oh
tree.
no. Maybe we should stop at the wielding station then.
Okay, how
late.
about we... No, winch me. Okay, it's fine.
Oh, never mind.
I can't fucking see.
Oh my god.
I told you, it's out of control.
Hey, we didn't land on the floor, so we didn't technically fail the jump.
Yeah. That one
I
doesn't
didn't
count.
even get to the ramp. I just fell off before.
That one doesn't count, it's fine. Peek me. Oh no,
well,
my...
I'll have to join.
Where's the turbo oil? I'm by car.
Did you jump off?
I didn't. But I faced through the door.
I mean, I'll just stop next to this rolling station.
Yeah. You can winch across the gap.
Turbo oil
Ooh.
is in the last cabinet at the bottom.
Do we
Winch.
winch across the gap?
Yes, but it's probably gonna be a lot of work, no? I can just jump it if I can drive clean.
I got you.
I'm jumping down. Ow. I got it. Oh. Okay.
Why don't we just have a welding station in the RV?
Sure, there's a mod for that.
Welding station everywhere.
I bet there's also a mod for more inventory space or something.
Would be nice.
I don't think we need more inventory space. Do you want to go again?
I'll jump it. Is it in?
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
Oh my god.
It's so hard to like get it back after the jump. Oh, maybe I should jump and then turn left when I jump. Oh my god,
rocket time.
the car's. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Oh, or we can use this to farm the achievement. I want it. Whoa!
I'm still hammering.
I flew away. No, I can make the clean jump. God damn it!
I don't know if the cheese is because I don't. That water section is very tough.
Yeah. I mean,
So there's a
I
path.
feel like we're
that-
kind of out of steam.
There's a
I've been
path
playing
that you
for
could take
4
through the
hours,
trees.
3 or 4, I don't know. I can't remember.
almost 4.
3.5 hours for me.
I believe.
You could try climbing this mountain.
Just drive up the mountain, easy.
Yeah. You want the turbo fuel for this? You might need a turbo fuel for this.
Oh, why is that possible? Can I get out and do the winch? I don't know how to lock.
Turbo fuel.
So-
Ah,
Okay, turbo fuel. Turbo fuel. I did it.
You're driving over me. That's fine.
no.
Is it just a
just
death plane or
exploded.
something? That feels
What?
like way too soft on the touch.
The tree is an absolute destroyer. What the fuck? I feel like that driving up might work.
Because the thing is right there.
Oh, try again.
Bye, Becky.
Goodbye.
Oh,
I'm gonna watch it from here because it looks funny. You missed me. Goodbye.
come on, turbo
Watch from
fuel.
up here because it looks funny.
Yo, turbo fuel? What happened?
Look.
Yeah, it's like you do one small bump and you take a lot of damage. It's like,
No. The cheese is real. It's fine. I believe.
yeah, it really looks like they scaled up the damage.
Maybe
One-
trees out of bounds do more damage.
Was that out of bounds?
I mean, technically.
It doesn't look like we're supposed to be there with the RV.
What if I just like do the jump and then go through that water section with turbo jets? I know why it's so funny when the RV just destroys itself. I push.
I just want to see where the. Oh my god, there's a boat. Why is there a boat there? Two boats.
Yo,
Wait, pause.
Repair.
I'm here.
I didn't make it. I
What
like
up,
when there's no door because you can just
Ow,
walk in.
ow,
Ow.
Let me out.
I'm trying to.
Alright, so where's the.
I'm trying to
Where's the
repair.
There's a sea mine on land. We should be able to.
How
winch
far are we
down
from a
here.
tree? Can I go backwards a bit?
Let me see.
Yes,
you
there's
can.
nothing.
Yeah, you can get back.
Okay. Going this way.
Let's see where the checkpoint is.
I'm stuck.
I'm really curious about those two boats over there. Oh, it's over here. Okay.
Where's the last one?
I'm stuck.
Yeah, I see it.
You stuck? Okay. Oh, I fixed it. I'm the best. Alright.
I'm there.
I'll push.
Looks density here. Oh my god, snake.
Snake?
There's so much stuff.
I'm helping.
I'm gonna look. I got out. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna be easy.
I think that worked.
We have winch poles.
No, yeah, I think you can drive now. The wheels are one of the wheels is touching at least.
Okay, let's try.
Yeah.
I'm doing snake removal services.
Thank you, Frankie.
Well, the RV is definitely not going to break.
Right? RV's fine. I have a repair hammer.
That's gonna help.
Is
Step
that?
again?
Alright, let me push it.
Oh, I got out. No.
I'm trying to push. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, this place is kinda spicy. Oh! It's okay, I'm hammering the car, it's fine. It will not break.
If we could make it hit the checkpoint before it explodes.
I mean, isn't this a checkpoint?
Where
I
are
mean, we
you?
have to get the
Oh,
checkpoint.
you're
first.
over there.
I think just slowly, yeah, slowly drops down while holding space. Oh, there's a rock directly in front of you. Wait, and let me push it to the other side. Okay, yeah. You good, you good, you good.
I think the
Okay.
snake is plenty out of the way. Oh my god, we're so good at this.
We did it!
Careful, the snake is in the bushes over here.
Okay.
Tom cassette number 5.
We hate
EpiPen,
water
we've got
levels.
antidote. We've got a whole
Well, there's-
repair station.
Tom tape.
Alright, let me use the motor oil. It was Gouda? I don't know
I'm gonna
what
get the
Gouda.
scrap from
It
over
was
there.
Gouda. Gouda's a
Gouda.
type of cheese.
Oh, Gouda. Oh. I never heard of Gouda cheese. Gouda cheese.
Oh, wheels. We can put one in the back again.
Oh, nice.
Gouda's like the most common, cheapest cheese here.
Oh. You guys want burger?
I don't need it.
I kinda need it. It made
Brie
that
cheese
section.
is so good.
A breeze. Breezed it? Breezed it?
I can eat brie cheese by itself.
I'm gonna make burger.
Oh, I'm not sure of. Okay, I'll put this antidote in the car.
I'm gonna be a selfish boat and just make burger.
You can.
There's boats over there. Look so curious about them. I'm gonna walk there.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't because I have the cassette. Maybe we should listen to. The
We need to know
cassette.
what Tom's saying.
Yeah, we need to know what Tom said.
How is this water not magic?
Well, we have the
water?
checkpoint already, so we can always just
Tasty burger.
cook beer.
There's this big cliff here, and this waterfall is like right on the side, and the water is like
Why can't I release beer?
literally
Oh,
over
oh.
the edge.
Wait, I'm lagging.
What happened?
Don't lag.
Don't you see all these beers I made?
Where's you? I
This
see
is-
Oh,
Bradley.
I'm in the garage.
Oh,
I'm next to the burgers.
Yeah.
I'm eating a burger.
oh my god.
and there's a bunch of
Are
beer.
these free beer?
Yeah, I tried emptying this pack and it just made a bunch of beers, but it didn't empty the pack.
Oh my god, hell yeah.
That's
I'm
great.
drinking it.
But now I can't empty the pack.
Can I empty the pack? Nothing comes out.
That's funny.
Must be a visual book.
Can I show you something silly?
Yeah.
Sure. Did you still have the cassette?
It's okay, we can
Well,
listen to the cassette after.
Look at this. How's this water
Oh,
not
water?
flowing?
Yeah, we saw this in the other map too.
Like over here, it looks crazier. It's like, how is this bit of wall holding up all this water?
Oh,
It's like right over the edge here.
the water doesn't.
There's a hole over here.
Look around. Goodbye.
Bye bye, Zeus.
Bye. I died before I hit the bottom.
I really want to go to those boats over there.
We can go.
The ones on the land.
Yeah, the land boats.
We can
Oh,
we can
maybe
listen
walk-
to
Health.
Tom
Bad
first.
idea. Maybe we
It
get
shows that
there
I'm
later.
dead. My health is all the way down.
What?
Or all the way bad. Oh, no,
Oh, there you
my
are.
health is halfway.
Well,
Wait, you healed? Wait, you rested me when I was already walking around.
I think the same thing happened to Tiro earlier. Alright, get into the RV for the
It's my after image
cassette.
on the cassette.
Did you mute your music?
Oh yeah. Okay, there we go.
Alright, yeah, I got a bit more of the song down, so let's record this. Okay. So, what's been happening? Well, instead of sticking around at the hostel, I've been coming out into the meadows a bit more. It's cold, but it's actually quite peaceful out here. And the other day I went back to the marketplace to find that old crone at the chicken feed stall again, see if I could learn more about the crystal. But she wasn't there. I figured while I was in the marketplace I could try shop around again. But mate, it was weird. I found some gloves, but there weren't any price tags. So I waved at the merchant and I pointed at a pair of gloves and I asked them how much it was, and they said something that I didn't understand, of course. I didn't really know what to do. So then the merchant wrote the price down on a piece of paper, and it seemed reasonable, so I started pulling out my cash. Then get this, a complete stranger come up to me, puts his bloody hands on my wallet, and pushed my money back in. I couldn't believe it. You don't come up to a stranger and touch their bloody wallet. That's a bloody death sentence where I'm from. I yelled at the man to get back, but he started gesturing wildly like an absolute madman. At this point, I was on guard. This new crazy guy started yelling at the merchant too, and the merchant yelled back. It was utter chaos. He must have said something vile, because the look on the merchant's face was... Oh, I mean, the guy was pissed. It was absolute chaos. The crazy guy grabbed the paper, crossed the price off, and wrote a lower price and then showed it to me. And that's when it clicked. I think he actually negotiated a lower price for me. He was haggling. Mate, I couldn't believe it. I just started taking out my money again. But then the crazy guy put his hands on my wallet again, took out his own wallet, and paid for me. Then he just pat me on the shoulder, said some words, smiled, and left. He actually bought me these warm gloves. And... now I can play me trumpet in the cold. And yeah, that's it, I guess.
It's a nice place after all. I feel
Have a
like
look on the map.
he's being safe from getting scammed.
Beautiful.
Anger haggle. It's a thing. Oh,
I'm on 4th gear.
nice.
I need another downhill to do 5th gear.
Where's speed?
And music?
Oh,
Yes.
hell yeah. Is that Tom?
I think we're supposed to be driving while that was
Wait, stop.
playing, but-
There's something cool looking. Oh no, that's a Seam I never meant.
No, I was in 3rd gear.
That was all part of the plan.
Yeah. No
This
fifth
looks
gear for
dangerous.
you. That looks fine. Like this
I'll
is like
watch
the.
from here and blast at you.
Why am I getting poisoned? What poisoned me? What?
The snake, maybe.
There's no snake.
You're
No...
literally inside of it.
What? I don't see anything. I don't even hear the
What?
snake.
Wait, let me get rid of the snake.
No, there's no snake. Am I? I'm
You
not
stay where you are,
schizo.
Get rid of the snake.
No, I'm not schizo. There's no snake.
Okay, the
Kira?
snake rolled down the hill.
Yes.
It's okay.
No,
You don't have to
no,
be angry at the snake that's there.
no. There's no snake. Look at my stream. There's nothing. I don't even hear the
Tiora, I
snake.
understand, Tiora. I
No,
understand.
wait, no, don't guess like me. There's no snake. I don't believe it.
There's a bunch of scrap down there.
Oh, scrap.
You want
I
to
want
winch
it.
someone down there?
There's Roxas. Shut the fuck up. There's no snake. No! There's no snake.
Oh, I guess you forgot the antidote at home. Or at the
I put an
garage.
antidote on one of the shelves.
Oh, you did? Nice.
I have a nail gun. It's okay. I'm getting spoiled by Broken. I'll take it. Oh, I forgot to
These
get winched.
landmines, I keep thinking they're Goombas.
Guys, I'm stuck. I jumped down for the nail gun and now I cannot jump back up because I'm too short.
Oh,
Dragon,
me.
help, help,
No, I'm
Dragon,
just-
help.
Getting it off the ledge.
Okay.
No, I know I was schizo, but I need help.
Where are you?
I'm
I'm an RV.
I'm at the
Tira.
wooden bridge.
Wooden bridge.
The snake now rolled down the mountain. Like you won't see it anymore now.
Well, it wasn't there, so
Oh, you're down there.
no, there were no
we get you?
snake.
How did you get down there?
I jumped down. And
Oh,
I
look,
found
there's
a nail
stuff over
gun.
there.
Do that.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is scrap.
Look
I
at that
guess
rock
we
to
can
your
pick that
other
up.
side.
Oh,
Can
I
you
want to
point
scrap.
that far?
Yeah, middle click points.
I have
Yeah, I was
massive
curious if
flags.
you can point that far. No. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do? What are we?
But
How do we get you out?
I got all the
I
scrap
guess I'm
metal.
walking back. I can walk back. I don't mind walking.
Cobalt
That's
Ice
so
was a
far
bit
away.
tired.
Is it?
No, you guys can EpiPen me when I jump down.
Wait, there was another path over here.
How are we supposed to EpiPen you?
There was
Don't worry
another path
about
over
it.
here. We could have done these jumps.
I have a nail gun.
I'm angry. I wanted to do these jumps.
Oh, well, it's time to. We have 3 fireworks in the car, right?
Do you see where I am, Tora?
No, I don't.
Turn around.
Oh, hi.
Hi. We could have gone this way. We could drive through this. Oh, then
My
there's a
God, you're
jump over
right.
here. Could have done this jump. I died. I'm in the hole.
No, I must save Zeus.
Tiro died.
We're
Tiro's in the
restarting.
hole. We should.
No, I think Brecky can EpiPen us.
Yeah, jump in the hole.
I literally just walked back to the, to the garage.
I definitely did not fire 20 shots of nail gun just now when I jumped down.
You got to me.
Yeah.
But do you, I want to. I want to do both paths.
You can do one path and then explode the car and do the other one again. It's always valid to destroy a car in-game.
Oh, that's the snake. Snake sounds like a car.
I really don't see that snake. It wasn't
Oh,
there.
Should I restart or you want to walk back?
Hmm.
Oh, you can see the path that we was walking on from here.
You can.
Yes.
Where's the path forward?
I can't.
Where-
We
do
do
you see
this
where I
way.
am?
Over here.
That path right there.
Oh,
Those rocks on the wall. That's what I was seeing that we could go through. And it leads to
looks-
those boats.
that looks worse. A lot worse.
But we can get to the boat.
Okay,
There's the turbo fuel down there, I think.
Oh, I want it.
Ah, no!
No! No!
I'm alive.
No! I survived! I can smoke this off. Oh!
He
I'm,
lived.
I guess I
Oh,
have to
Brack,
go
you just
back and
died.
revive you again.
no,
Oh,
I'm in the void. I'm in the void. I faced through the ground
Whee!
again. It's
All
it's
that 'cause you
never
didn't want to walk back.
it's never RP there yet if I don't face through the ground and go to the other world.
oh, we haven't got to space yet.
Yeah, how do we do the space again?
We would walk on a random object and it would just send us to
Fira,
space.
do you want to stand on this plank?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't do it.
Whee! Goodbye, plank.
EpiPen.
Oh, well. Thanks for the poop and the pets. Where's the snake?
The snake snizzent. Sneezent.
Here.
No, you guys saw the screen. There was no snake.
It's okay.
It's not okay.
people
There was
can't
no
see
snake.
Everyone
snakes.
sometimes.
It's perfectly normal to not see snakes.
But I want to see snakes. They're cool. Ooh, can we drive up the hill?
What hill?
Like that
That's where
way.
The hill we came from?
Like that way.
There's still the ravine.
The what now?
We still have to go around the ravine.
No, don't murder the kobold.
Whoa.
But what if they deserve it?
No kobolds deserve to be murdered.
What if they get sentenced by a jury? What then?
It's a nightmare. It's not real.
Do we want to keep going? It's been 4 hours.
Ooh.
It's 4 a.m. for me, which means it's...
Oh my god, it's 4 a.m.
11:15 for me.
It's 6:13 p.m. for me.
Is that good or bad?
That's
Kira
normal.
usually goes for another hour or two.
Or here, I mean, I can stop here as well.
No, I can keep going for a bit more.
Hmm.
I just wanted to know if you wanted to keep going.
I'll
for
be
a bit more or not.
motivated. I
I can keep going. I'm not
I
tired yet.
can
We can go
probably
for a little bit.
another
Yeah.
hour before I should start making food.
Yeah, me too.
Just buy Whataburger.
I can go a
Water.
little bit more. Yep. About 1 hour. Yeah. I have a grill.
You can activate it, drill.
No, we need burger.
What is happening? I see my feet.
Oh my god. Why is
Oh my God.
my kid looking down at me like that?
I think we both grabbed Bracky at the same time.
I think so.
What happened to me? Why do I see my legs? I'm eating this burger.
Oh my god, you can eat the burger.
Did you let go of me? No.
No. Do I want to?
Okay, no, it just looked weird.
Oh, it went back to normal.
Okay, I'm normal again.
I'm eating 2 bun and the meat.
I'm still cold. I do the cat sound. I'm
Soft
cold.
burger. I'm almost
I'm gonna
fully
walk to the
healed.
boats.
You guys need burger
I
or can
will.
I eat the last one?
I don't need burger.
Do Brekkie need burger?
I'm good.
I'll eat it. Mine now.
I have eaten enough burger.
Actually, where's
That's
the
not true.
where's
Don't
the
say those
mythical
things.
boat?
Also,
Are we ready to keep going?
Yeah, we can keep going.
yeah.
Bracky and Tiro are both not here.
But I am.
Wanted to see if I can walk this way somewhere.
I can't see.
It's fine.
Therefore, I will hold W.
Plus W, never let go.
Can someone use the revive station?
Okay.
real quick?
No, I'm gonna be faster than the RV.
Oh, there's something down here.
I'm gonna be
that's
faster
a
than RV.
grill thing.
The RV's falling because it's going backwards.
Oh,
What I just saw for a split second.
Hi, Bracky.
what?
Oh my god, 6 and 4 Pauls? We love Pauls.
Some Paul. Where should you go? That's
We're
it. I'm
here.
driving.
Ooh, I
You don't know how
wanna.
to drive.
No, Bracky is allowed. Bracky is allowed. I believe in Bracky. Oh wait,
Oh, no.
Zeus, can you winch me?
No.
Oh,
How the hell do I inverse?
you inverse? Wait, what?
The RV's on reverse right now, so they want to go to reverse.
Oh,
Yes.
So they want to go verse.
so
Wanna go
to go
first?
first, you hold Q and go 1.
Press clutch.
Yeah.
No? Oh,
Uh-huh.
what the hell?
It's okay, I believe in Bracky.
I want to look at the map.
Okay.
Get away.
No. No, I don't want to go.
Oh, we can see where we. We can see where we went through the mountain.
You just
Yes.
slowly turn the seat. Ooh, music.
I think this is supposed to play while we're listening to the cassette, which we lost somewhere.
It's okay, we already listened to it. So much giggling. I'm giggling. Like, I laugh very easily,
These have been great games.
right?
And a great group to play the games with. I wonder if we can get it up there. Oh, no.
With a turbo fuel,
Where is there?
probably.
We don't
That's-
have turbo fuel right now.
Yeah. Oh wait, we don't have any more?
No, we used it to do
Oh.
the jump.
Well, now we need the fireworks then.
Wait, is that a hat?
Sure, I
Head-
drank all
head-
our.
Whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa, whoa.
that's
That's
still the
mine.
landmine.
I got light twice.
Okay, go.
No, that's not a head.
Oh, sure, I can see the snake now. I'm going to toggle park. I've driven enough for today.
Is there a snake?
I just got bitten by an invisible snake.
It's not just me. I'm turning Zeus
It
schizo.
happens because
It's
See,
contagious.
There's no way you don't see that.
No snake.
You
There's
look
no
at my
snake.
screen and
What hit me? I didn't see.
Okay,
I
are we
ran
ready?
over the snake.
I wanted to.
There's no
Oh, I
snake.
gotta
ready?
look at that later.
What are we doing?
We're driving either over the bridge or over the rock.
You wanted to go over the rock, right?
There's
I wanted to do either.
no snake for you. What the hell?
There's no snake. I'm
Keep
not
on.
lying. I'm not
Okay, I'm going.
schizo. Alright, I believe in Zeus.
Drive over me.
I'm running. I'm running. I'm running.
Oh, this way. I didn't see that.
I'm running. Alright, it's fine. Yep.
A couple is swallowing a yip.
Right, I can yip. Oh, I see yip. I must yip. Oh, yip. It's a
This
dead end,
looks
Zeus. It's a dead
incredibly
end.
scuffed. Oh my god, I fell down. Well, you too. Yeah.
I think we need turbo fuel for that.
We can we can winch it.
You
Oh,
just got very loud.
Me?
I'm holding this piece of wood, but I'm not holding it. Can still gesture.
Whoa.
It says E pick up, but it doesn't let me pick it up. Dang it.
I can pick up. Becky?
Hello?
Yeah?
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Your
Wait.
voice sounds different.
Is I think because there's like a loud
You're also cutting out.
machinery. Yeah, loud machinery noises at the background.
Also, it's doing the auto.
Yeah.
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 Whee!
Ooh.
Dang it. Why did I just do that? I'm gonna maybe be on a slope.
The spin, the spin.
I get the feeling we're not gonna get much done today.
No, we did, we
We've already
did.
gotten like 5 checkpoints.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm drifting!
Whoa. I missed it. Now I have to jump down.
No, I'm up here.
Uh-huh. Up
Right
where?
over there, behind the garage.
Oh, I missed it. Dang it. Ow.
Are we
Oh,
ready to go?
well.
No?
No, I just repaired it.
No, wait. I have a thing, I have a thing. I have a thing.
Wait, go!
Don't stop me, I'm gonna light it up. It's two together, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. No. I want it. No. No, I need my fireworks. No, I need my fireworks.
Oh.
Oh. Wait, the car survived.
It's just
How did,
standing
how
there.
did the car survive?
Like, what did I sign up for? Oh my god, I made it to the other side.
Whoa. I'm just gonna smoke it off, it's fine.
I'm
Oh.
gonna listen to my cassette.
I fell off the map again.
What? Player with long name and symbols? What the hell? Where did it say that?
Because I'm outside of the game. I'm beyond the game.
It's actually quite peaceful out here.
Right? I love destroying this car. The way it explodes is just funny.
Oh, what a throw.
That's why I love to play this game. The explosions are nice.
We got 2 antidotes this time.
Nice. That was calculated. That was
Yeah.
all part of the plan.
The
Right.
last time we got 2 oils. Now we don't get an oil.
It's okay, we don't need that. It's only a little bit of red.
What's the worst that can happen?
More red.
Redless.
What are you doing?
I have a winch pole.
Did you take it off the top?
No.
Oh my god, it's a wooden board in front.
think we need one
you ready?
here. Yeah. Now we have a winch pole.
Yawn.
Oh, I lost the cassette. I wanted to
It's
play it,
okay.
but I lost it.
Oh.
Oh, the music is
Unless-
still. Wait.
Oh. Lots of fun. Heck yeah.
Oh, they're
Thank you, Pretok.
Mowing their house down.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Goodbye, Johnny. Thanks for the pets.
Bye, Pretok.
Have a
I hate
good
that
day.
construction going on. Fuck.
You're fine. I wish I could lay
wanna
down
grab
in
this
this
cassette.
bed. Why is there pillows on both sides of this bed?
So that we can all lay down because it's meant to be a 4-player game.
Yeah.
We all get a pillow.
This is a perfect size for 4 people.
Alright, yeah, I've got a bit more of the song down, so let's record this. Okay. So, what's been happening? Well, instead of sticking around at the hostel, I've been coming out into the meadows a bit more. It's cold, but
Thank you, Pretok.
merchant, I pointed at a pair of gloves and I asked them how much it was, and they said something that I didn't understand, of course. I didn't really know what to do. So then the merchant wrote the price down on a piece of paper, and it seemed reasonable, so I started
Fine.
pulling out my cash. Then get this, a complete stranger come up to me, puts his bloody hands on my wallet, and pushed my money back in. I couldn't believe it. You don't come up to a stranger and touch their bloody wallet. That's a bloody death sentence where I'm from. I yelled at the man to get back, but he started gesturing wildly like an absolute madman. At this point, I was on guard. This new crazy guy started
Hello,
yelling at
Lime.
the merchant too.
Oh,
And the
we're stuck.
merchant yelled back. It was utter chaos.
I got this.
He must
Oh! I didn't realize that I could go outside like this.
Are you sure you got this?
I wanted to
Well,
push
we're
the
still right.
car.
Well, I'm walking back.
No, don't walk back.
Why?
I thought it's safe to just go
You
and
want
push
to
the
destroy
car.
again and do it again?
Everything was so peaceful. The first thing I do is jump off a fucking cliff. Well, I mean, look, I'm a kobold and fast, okay?
He just jumped off.
I'm fast. I'm looking at Brecky running back.
I'll save you.
I'm gonna be saved.
I'm almost there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna be so saved.
It's quite the change of scenery here compared to where we were before.
Went from water to absolute no water.
I think we were in California. The big snowy mountains and then desert.
Oh,
No, we're in the. According to the recordings, we're in the northeast Europe, or we're in the Slavic section of Eastern Europe.
oh.
I don't think there's landscapes like this, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
Alright, we're gonna have a race back to the car. Yay, I'm alive. I have no health.
I'm winning the race.
Where's Brecky? No, Brecky bonked me, revived me again. I have no health. I have
How
zero.
did that happen?
I don't know. I have zero health.
Oh my god, I see an aim walking around. Nice.
Oh,
Do that again? Hello.
oh, what? I was walking
Hello.
around though. Yay. Man, everything is so peaceful. Opens the door, steps out, just falls 2,000 feet turn. It happens. Just casually
You know,
walks off
if
a
you're
cliff.
being carried, I can make sure that I win the race.
Heck yeah. But I'm also winning the race if I'm in front of you all the time.
Yeah, but I'll just throw you behind me once we're
No,
there.
that's cheating. You cannot do that.
I'm just using what the game offers me.
And I'm just smoking. I'm giving you the secondhand smoke for the speed.
Nice. I
Oh,
Don't.
I
am really
died.
gross to smoke, but
They're just here.
I guess you
Zeus
have to
died.
so you can run quicker.
Berkey, Zeus died.
I'm in a very easy place to get
Oh, okay, okay.
if you have an explosive.
Do we have? Do we have nitro, Malsino Kisserin?
We have the rockets.
But no,
We can hold a
that's
rocket.
no, that's for the car. Wait, how are we supposed to get to you with explosives?
There's an ice wall. I fell behind an ice wall.
Oh, no, Breaky cheating. I need the judge to vote on this.
Where did
I think Zeus made it to victory.
Oh, that's an RV.
The RV's in the bottom of the ravine. So forward
no.
and to the left of the RV is an ice wall.
Yeah. No, there's not.
No, just forward of the RV. Yes.
Oh,
Yes, that way.
oh.
I'm behind that.
How did you
Oh,
die? Did you
I
jump?
went over to see. I went around it to see if there was like a path. There's not really, but I fell inside.
Fine, I'll use the rocket for this.
Are you sure we can
There's-
do that with the rocket?
Yeah,
I mean, I'd assume so. It explodes with nitroglycerin.
I have a firework for this.
Just don't both die.
I won't.
Well, you try the rocket then.
Yeah, I'll do the rocket. I gotta
You're
do
probably gonna have to
something
hold it unless you can make it get stuck.
like this. Look, it's gonna work now.
It's gonna fly away though. It's gonna go up.
Please.
Oh fuck. Well, I'll hold it then. I'm
Oh, there's
alive.
more.
What? It doesn't do one time? I'm alive though.
That wasn't
I
enough.
didn't know it was so thick.
I'll throw
How? How thick did you went through the wall?
I didn't know it was so thick. Oh, I can see a gap.
Oh,
How'd you break it?
with
I had
the firework.
nitroglycerin.
Oh, you
Oh, you did?
Ooh, you used the nitroglycerin.
Yeah, now you can
There's
still
hats in
explode the
here.
RV.
I'm
What
ready
hats?
to take the orange juice.
I got the head. Ew, that's the glasses. Oh my
I
god,
picked you up
these
somehow.
glasses are great.
Do you want the beer drinking hat?
Ooh.
I have to unlock that one.
Oh, you have
Unlock
another
that
one?
hat.
I want that hat. It looks like a cyborg or something.
It's drinking,
Yeah.
so you can put cups on it. You can drink from the straws.
There's a motor oil here. We need that, right?
Do we need that?
Yeah, we need those. Well, we don't have any.
I'll throw it away.
We can
Also,
make...
look, I fell from that hole over there.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
Yeah, I was looking to see if this was actually a path, but it's not.
I'm making burgers.
I want it.
Here?
Yes. Well, there's meat patties and a grill.
I might need lotion,
Yeah,
but
we
that's
could've-
fine. Give burger.
I can probably eat one
Kobolds?
cookie.
Zeus and Brecky become kobold.
Say something nice about kobolds. I don't think I ever said anything nice about sharks. Someone redeemed that earlier.
Say that sharks are fish.
I like when kobolds go yip yip.
Yep, yep.
Pick them up.
I
You
wanna
wanna
get
drink
picked
some
up.
motor oil?
Yeah. And one drink.
Left click to repair engine.
Am I the engine?
Ah, it disappears. You are the engine.
Wow. I'm the engine that goes a yep.
Goes yip 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 yip.
Just gets faster and faster. Yep.
So this seems to be like that part in the first map,
What part?
where there's landmines everywhere.
Ooh.
But
I want
instead of
landmines.
landmines, it's sea mines on the ground.
I wanna eat the mines.
Oh, I wonder if this used to be sea. Just boats.
I'm okay.
Oh,
Do you see the mine? It's
oh,
right
you
there. I
ragdoll.
pushed you into it.
There's one.
Nice aim.
Nice aim.
Nice shot. Nice throw.
Nice throw. Strike.
Me when I'm playing any competitive game. Nice throw.
Nice throw. I don't see anything.
I mean, I didn't really look at it. I just saw that one mine and I assumed.
I mean, there's one in the middle here.
Yeah, we've seen a few mines here. This feels like a long section before something exciting happens. Like last time with the boss fight.
Oh, there's a
Oh,
Before
a
that,
checkpoint.
it was just a bit
is that
silent.
a checkpoint?
there's a person
And
in
then we
it.
suddenly had the crazy boss.
Oh yeah,
Who's
last
in
time.
there?
Last time it
Oh
was the
my-
Are We Away? Oh my god, there's a real life person.
Yo, what up?
Oh my
Does he
god.
talk? Oh, there's nitroglycerin next to him. Take that.
Throw it at him.
No, it's mine.
There's cold coffee and... Wait before you throw it. That's a cassette here
There's a
too.
radioactive thing.
It was like
Okay,
shinies.
throw
Oh my god. I want shiny.
Do we go through him? Oh,
Do you want the nitro geyser in it?
wait, you can
That's
just walk
funny.
through this.
I can't. What do you mean you can just walk through this?
I just walked through it.
What the fuck did you do? You
Oh, I
have,
can do it too from the side.
you both have no
Oh, I
clip
could-
this whole time?
Wait, Is this a
Checking.
thing we can take? No. I got a new cassette.
Ooh.
Oh, what is it? Is it music or is it Tom?
Is it Tom?
Music, I think.
Oh. I want Tom. I haven't opened up music. I haven't opened up my music. It has been quiet this whole time. Ooh. Bollywood? Is this Bollywood? Oh yeah.
There's a path over there that I'm kind of curious about.
Let's go there.
I wonder if we can
You
go
could
to the
drive there.
boats now.
You mean
I'm up
here,
here.
right?
Oh yeah, the boats are on the other side of that entry. Oh, is that a UFO?
What?
No, I don't think so.
But I'm a UFO. UFO looks so crunchy, I could just bite them.
Where are you
Oh,
going?
there's a. I was seeing what's over here.
There's a what?
Oh, it's the ice.
Oh,
down
it's
there.
where you
This is
drop.
where I fell, I think.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
You wanna push? I can push it that way.
No, it's fine. Wheels are still touching.
Oof, but
Unidentified flying Brakkie. Uh oh. Boom. Oh, it doesn't hurt that much. It's fine.
Are you okay?
Yeah, we
That's
good.
low, man.
Don't worry about it. Just minor damage.
I got myself kind of stuck,
It's okay. I have to
but I'm
push.
shimming.
I'm pushing. I'm pushing. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Okay, I'm free.
Yeah.
Can't believe.
keep fixing, Bracky. Keep fixing.
Thanks for helping me get the achievement.
Yeah.
I'm free.
When you open a box of shinies in the wilds, you're just gonna see a bunch of kobolds like swarming that shiny. You can hear
Okay, we should
thousands of yips.
repair
I
the
don't think
wheels
it's a
at least.
UFO that I saw. I think it's like a power plant.
If you identify it, it's not a UFO anymore.
It's an identified flying object.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I can show you it in a second. I have to repair that.
We're done repairing. I guess we could put oil in.
Kobolds
Where
and
to?
dragons. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
It's to the
somewhere.
left. But I don't think it's that. Something different.
I'm going to the left.
I don't know where you are.
I'm on top of a hill.
Oh, I'm not on. Yeah.
Oh, there's
This is
a,
30.
it's a rocket silo.
Yeah.
There's a
looks
rocket
like-
down there.
I won. Ooh,
Oh, I
that's a
didn't see that.
really nice
Wow.
pet emote.
Well, the Doho.
Hello,
Thanks for the raid.
Doho.
I hope you
Heck
had
yeah.
fun with Mario.
I guess we continue going.
Do we
Otherwise,
have we reached a
walk.
checkpoint yet? I don't
should
think.
be close.
There's a
Yeah, I
snake.
think we can stop at the next checkpoint. Unless
We
there's
are
no more
not there
checkpoints.
yet.
Be careful, mine.
It's very chaotic. You just go that way? That's crazy. There's
It's
stuff over
fine.
here.
Oh, I want stuff. That
I'm getting
180.
this stuff.
No, steal.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll throw Bricky down.
There's stuff in these boats.
Have
There's
a
a flare
syringe.
gun.
Revenge. I have a cobalt character. He's orange. Ooh. Any kobolds are amazing. I love kobolds. Well, I love dragons more actually,
Hope
but
you had a good stream. Thanks for the raid. It's going. I would say it's going well.
yeah.
We're not making a lot of progress, but it's going well.
I found a captain hat.
I'm making a lot of progress.
I made some progress. I have the same hat Zeus has.
Oh.
Oh, there's oil over here. If you guys want to help me get the oil
I can
up
chug
the front
a...
of this boat that you're in.
I found
Sure.
EpiPen and
Give me a second. I'm
stuff.
I'm drinking vodka. Oh,
I would do it, but I have the gun, which means I'm in charge.
does vodka make me jump higher?
It gives you strength like beer.
Oh,
There's
moto
another one
oil.
of these beer heads
Oh my God.
here.
There's so much booger. What happened?
You die?
I got poisoned?
Why would you
Oh, there's
do
a
that?
snake.
Oh my God, I'm schizo
There's an
again.
invisible snake.
Wait, take this.
Bracky, get the
Tiro.
motor oil.
Yay. And wait, no, I'm fully healed.
Wait, where's
I'm
the
not.
snake?
I need-
The snake is in the corner.
That's a really strong EpiPen. I got fully
I'm
healed.
drinking the vodka. Hello, Scum.
Bracky
Ooh,
made the
scam.
snakes invisible so he could harm us.
Hello, Scam.
Yeah, that was the difficulty setting. Oh, there's a snake below the RV as well.
Where's the RV?
I can't see them. The
It's
RV is
okay,
under
Oh,
the
I
house.
see it.
I think that snake is stuck.
It's okay.
Let me
I
find
don't
you,
I don't see no snake. I'm being gaslit. There's no snake here.
Gaslighting's
There's
not
a
real.
bunch of lotion and more antidote over here, if that's something we care about.
Oh, dear.
Maybe. But I have a gun, which means I'm in charge, which means we drive forward or else I shoot someone.
It's okay. We don't die. Morning, Scam.
Ow. Snake hit me.
The invisible snake hurts.
No,
There's
the
something to
RV
throw.
manuals. I can't grab it.
What?
The RV manual.
Do we need the manual?
I want it.
But why?
I want to put it back in the glove compartment.
Careful at the door, there's a snake currently that I'm trying to get rid of.
I'm still in the ship trying to grab the burger.
Okay, yeah, okay. The snake is... We're snake safe now.
Is it
Bracky, I
though?
want to grab this book.
The snake is now next to the landmine.
Bracky, can we grab this book?
What?
I want to grab this book.
Give me a second, I have to put these burger patties somewhere.
Oh, I got it. I don't need
My
you.
burger.
I'm
Get
so
away from me.
helpful. Oh, more burger patties.
Can we cook? I have full health.
I have full health.
We should cook burger.
I'm gonna get lotion. Smear lotion on kobold.
Cobalt can provide lotion. There's no loot anymore.
I found 2 epipendants and metal scrapped on the other ship.
Ooh.
But I was there before you.
Okay, I'm driving.
No,
Goodbye.
no. I'm chasing the car. I'm chasing the car.
Kira's gone.
I'm gonna be faster
good?
than the car.
We're good.
This doesn't look right.
There's a very small road with a mine here. I'm standing on top of it.
Yeah, it doesn't look right.
You could go sideways.
Oh my god, what's
There's a
over
mine
there?
to the
What's
left.
the thing?
There's a gap to the right. So we have to kind of go through this middle part.
Or we can just
Go
hit the
back and
mine.
around?
We could
If
go
we go-
left a bit.
I guess it's still a bit weird.
Oh, I can't go backwards. I'm stuck. Oh no,
Whoa.
I'm on park. Never mind.
Yeah, going left over the hill might be...
I'll help.
Now I'm stuck.
I'm pushing. I'm pushing.
You drive off of me.
I think it's working. Oh,
This is a very much a wall.
Yeah, well, I guess. That's true. Go left here.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I don't
over
see
here
a
it's pretty
path.
cool.
I see a lot of open, but it doesn't. I don't see a destination.
Well, if you go here, I don't know where you see me.
I don't see anything.
This one
left,
feels
left,
like
left,
a-
left, left. No, not there, not there.
Why
is
not?
it
Right.
no? I thought that's the way to go, no?
Yeah, where I am. I wanna go down here.
Oh,
Okay, I don't know what's over here. If I just do this way?
Not to the right. After that.
Do you want to get on top of the car, on top of the RV? So you can see better? Or
it's okay. I'm
That's fine.
pushing. I'm pushing the car. I'm helping.
Get on top.
oh, I'm free.
Nice. Cobblestone.
Okay.
Mm,
Now, I don't know where to go now. I'm gonna go on this hill here.
This one feels. This place feels very open-ended.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't see a destination.
Yeah.
I saw a house somewhere.
It's not exactly
I kind
like
of want
a.
to go back to the right in case I'm stuck again.
Hey, can you go to the left there? That seems like a good way.
I'm finding the car.
This way.
Where did the car go?
Trying to see if I can find the road again if I go right. Does this look like a road?
I
This doesn't
doubt
look like a
there's
road.
the road here.
We
Where's
were on
the
a
road?
road before.
Unless we're
There's
out
a
of
landmine
bounds.
there. We might be out of bounds.
That would be very cool.
No, the house is like right behind that hill. I don't see any roads.
Yeah, maybe this is just an
Oh, I see
off-road
the road over
section.
here.
This is off-road section.
I see the road over here on this other path.
Oh, I see Brachybla. I see Zeus.
That's
Zeus
me.
fly.
Zeus fly.
Yeah, that's both
Brachy
of
fly.
us.
Tira fly.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
up here.
Um,
don't know if
we
we can
might
get
need
up
to
here.
winch to get up here.
There's another landmine. Be careful.
are we not
And
able
then-
to? Are we not able to just like drive straight forward from where we are, the RV?
And there's a house over here. Private property, no trespassing.
This rock is hard to go.
I'm gonna wait until everyone is here before I go in there.
I'm stuck.
I feel like that's the only place that we can do it. I can push the car.
Can
Now
I
what?
do this?
Oh,
Oh my.
I'll help. I'll help. I'll push the car.
Now you...
Ooh, ooh.
There we go.
Oh, nice. Easy.
Careful, there's a landmine.
It's okay. The
Okay,
landmine's very far.
Just keep going. Going. Stop, 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 stop. There's a landmine right here. I'm standing on the landmine.
We are both standing on the
Oh,
landmine.
that's still so far away.
What do you mean far away?
Right. Avoid us to avoid the.
Bonk.
It's fine. It's just rocks.
Wait, I'm gonna go on this landmine over here.
Okay, I'll stay on this
And-
one still. Oh, that is too close for comfort.
Okay, I think we park
Here's
here.
a snake here somewhere. Yeah, there's a snake in front of this entrance over here, so let
Oh.
me get rid of the snake before
No,
you
there
go
isn't.
there.
I can't see it. There's
Yeah.
no snake. I'm not gonna
rid
get.
of it.
I'm not gonna get.
Don't-
I walked through without us.
I got one shot by the non-unseeable snake.
If only
I-
someone would have.
I had nitro then.
The snake is gone.
Hey, okay, I can grab the
Cool.
last nitroglycerin.
I pressed the button.
What button? Oh, something happened.
Oh, I'm
Oh my
filling
God,
this
that's-
place with sand.
Oh,
Front of
it's
antidotes over here. There's some cool glasses.
you know.
Those are the crooked ones, I think.
Oh, you're making the sludge. Be in the
I think it's
water
sand.
thing, quicksand.
Snake isn't real.
It's not real.
It can't hurt you. I know.
I walked through and it didn't get bitten, so
Turns out I just got
Do
unlucky.
you want to make some burgers? No, the
Breckie just wants
explosion got
stairs.
rid of the snake.
No, there's no snake. I exploded myself. It's fine.
Oh, the snake is down here.
Hmm.
There's no snake, Becky. There's no snake.
Yeah, you gaslight yourself. You wanna make burgers?
Where's the burger being made?
I'll get the grill out of
I
the
could eat
house.
one burger.
Actually, no burger because I'm
Yeah, might as
only
well.
No
just-
trespassing.
I'm
There's
only
also
poisoned.
a ton of antidotes and lotion.
Yeah, I
in
took
there.
one. I took one of the sunscreen or lotion. Oh, we have one.
Oh,
Ooh, antidote. I want it. Oh, I'm healed. This lotion's this lotion and antidote.
the snake is right here.
I mean,
This hole.
Brecky's Sherman, there's no snake. I know, right? See? There's no
90 gram
snake.
burger, 150 gram burger,
I know I'm right.
2 buns and a meat. I'll take 150 gram burger.
I'll eat absolute taste. Dream burger. I'm eating the
Ooh,
dream
But
burger.
the names are different for each of us. An
I'm
OK
Johnny.
burger.
And tasty burger. I have full
I'm
health.
I'm full of burger.
Can we just drive over that now?
I think so.
It's like slippery, I think.
Anything in these tubes? No.
Okay, I'm gonna start driving then, I guess. Or I'll
Yeah.
do a tiny bit of repair.
Oh, what you gonna?
Might just be enough.
It's been a while since we last seen a welding station. Oh, what is that email?
We had in the last checkpoint.
Oh, it's Pocket Paris.
Metal. I found one metal scrap.
I have a
Pretty
lotion.
open here now. Keep driving here. There looks to be something like a welding station up the hill here.
I have a lotion.
Oh, it's a
Did you-
stop sign. And a welding station, nice. Whoa.
Did you stay behind, Tura? Did I forget you?
I have.
Stop.
Grab you
I
so
have a
you-
lotion.
Oh no. Oh.
Winch.
Oh, we're gonna have fun the next time.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Why is there white stain here?
Snow?
Does
What?
snow
You
cause
get-
stain?
Who in their
Reach
right
checkpoint
mind
7.
would be like, oh yeah, let's just drive a RV down there.
Not
yeah.
again, the game says. Oh my
Oh, I
god.
fell down.
Bye, Breggy.
Oh, I'm falling down. I like how green it is here. Oh my god, there's a hole.
And I can't get up.
Can someone use a revive station?
I don't
too busy
see a
fixing
revive
In the
station.
RV.
Oh, I see it. Okay. I was just at the wrong way.
There's no way there's no revive station there.
I got stopped by the stop sign.
I like being in the green juice though.
The cream juice?
Yeah, look over here.
I want the
That's
cream
our
juice.
next goal. We're gonna have so much fun here.
Well, that's for no. Actually scared the
right.
fuck out of me.
I don't know if you look down there.
Ooh.
Doesn't that
Green
look
juice.
fun?
Yeah.
Zeus is jumping to the green juice.
It's just Brecky. I'm
Frankie, why'd you
fine.
kill me?
I just thought it was fun.
Bricky wants the green juice.
Landing right on top of you.
Bricky just bounced on my
Why'd you
screen.
Goomba stomp them?
That's for next week. We're gonna find
That's
out
for
what's
right
gonna
now.
happen here.
This is our subathon.
No.
Subscribe. And we play
Subathon.
forever.
50 gift stars till we keep going.
Say that you might sub in the future and I'll play for another 10 hours.
Okay, $50 I'll go for under the 1 hour. I feel sad saying that.
This doesn't look too bad.
Right? It's just a green goop.
You want to listen to the cassette
Is it
from
Tom?
tape 6?
Oh, I'm at the bottom.
Wait.
Well, get wrecked.
Guess
you won't
I'm
be
gonna
listening
die
to
in a couple
Tom tape
seconds.
6.
Died 25 times.
Oh, I...
Finally, I can use the fireworks again. It's been 69 years.
It's more than 3.
Right?
It's 2 away from a funny number.
Oh my god. I cannot believe it.
Alright, get into the RV.
Oh! Oh, I'm alive.
Oh.
Oh.
Get into the RV, we gotta listen to the cassette.
I wanna listen to the cassette.
It's for your own good.
Yay. No. I
I
have
guess
no
I'm
help.
listening to the cassette by myself.
I wanna listen to the cassette. Oh. Was it
Get in.
EpiPen?
Yes.
We have a revive station.
Take 3. Yeah, I kinda like that.
That's it. We're gathered
Wow.
here for that. I mean, that's a nice music, but still. Oh, green
I'm
goop,
glad I
green
got
goop.
out right before that. Zeus is gonna drive down first try.
Yeah, first try this one. It's gonna be easy.
Close. Close one.
It's fine. This is... We don't count this one. This is not first try. Here, let me drink a vodka. I can help.
I should grab
I'm
the
gonna be
beer.
first.
No, I want the vodka.
There's a ladder here. Just got out the place. There's a ton of stuff. It's made top.
First try.
I'm on my sabotage arc. Ooh, that was quick. Speed run. Any percent destroying the RV. No, it was Sid. It wasn't me.
Wait, throw them in the sky. I want to hit them. Throw them up. Throw them up. No.
I'll use my lotion. Lotion's gonna save me. Oh.
Oh my god. How he... Oh, no problem. Hello, Jade.
Ooh. A Jade? Oh my god, Jade.
It's a burp.
A Jade, we're drinking
Oh my god,
jade
burp
colored
pie.
juice. Look, I'm wearing jade colored juice.
I...
So I guess we leave now.
Mm.
Yes.
It,
I
it's
can't believe
Bracky
Tira is
hates
abandoning
gaming.
us. Who's streaming? We
no, I'm
have-
holding a lotion.
Catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it.
Oh, I tried.
You just fly over the horizon. Oh, we don't have any nitroglycerin ourselves?
I think we have one.
Huh.
Oh,
Do we have some
we don't have
invisible
one
ones?
apparently. Well, I
Bracky will
guess
tell
this
us if he has
calls
invisible
for a
nitroglycerin.
celebration.
From his secret stash?
here?
Celebration!
Oh, I died 25 times. I also got the achievement.
Calculated. All according to plan.
I kind of wish there was like nighttime. The game looks kind of okay in the dark.
Right? I thought it was just me. I was like, when the game starts loading, it's like, ooh, nighttime. No nighttime for you.
Why do I only have 6 out of 57 achievements?
57?
Well, we didn't get any of the first map achievements.
Yeah, I only got 6 as well. Oh, did they add
Oh, is it a
achievement?
bug? Yeah, it doesn't show the checkpoints in the Bugs Valley.
I
And we didn't get
guess
the first
Dang.
2 checkpoints for this one.
there was an update with the achievement, so we didn't get the one beforehand.
Oh, dang. A lot of the stuff we would have probably already had.
Right?
Throw 15 nitroglycerine that explodes. Dang it.
Where is it? Where is it?
Artie's through it.
No, I need it. I need it.
Right. I want to go down this ladder, but it's impossible.
Oh, I fell.
Yikes. Unfortunate.
Well, Alt
let's
F4.
Any hats? No, just some
Anywhere I
scrap
can
and
winch?
wooden planks.
Let's see. Where are we going?
Hello, Sorrel. Thank you.
Ooh, hi Sorrow.
I like how green it is here.
There's someone doing art. There's Johnny
yeah.
Berg.
Johnny
Yeah, I'm looking at Johnny again, yeah.
and Toonbolt is streaming again.
Oh,
Toonbolt is playing a Pokemon Digimon game.
Pokemon Digimon?
Bracky's playing some weird RV game.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Are we there yet?
Brecky said the thing.
I made it down.
Let's see, is anyone else playing this game?
I'm the only one that's not
I
looking at
thought
who
it
to
was
write.
another poison. What is this? Oh, flares! Remember those?
There?
Oh, the lights for the tunnel. Oh, you prevented me from getting spoilers. I was walking down the hallway, there was something interesting looking, and then vehicle died.
I was winching the car. Where's Zeus?
Oh, I
Lotion?
ulted Ford.
I need lotion. Is this a fake
Think
lotion that I
about
can
lotion,
apply this
maybe.
lotion? Oh, now I can.
Ew, why does it look like that?
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
You see this?
I only hear it, but I don't see it.
what?
Oh.
You catch the lid to do it again.
The sound.
Control X / raid.
Oh, are we raiding?
We said we were gonna stop next checkpoint, and we've been sitting at the checkpoint for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We were
And
just
then
causing chaos. Do you wanna raid Johnny or Toonball? Or Tremere Winter has a birthday stream today, but there's already a lot of people there.
I don't know who that is, but it could be anyone. I
I
feel like we
heard-
do Toonbolt every time. Or not Toonbolt, Johnny every time.
We can raid Toonbolt back. I'm voting for Toonbolt.
Okay.
What about you
Oh,
guys?
Okay.
Toonbolt is very cool. Okay, I'm gonna tab out the raid and hit enter.
Yeah, I'm gonna close the game as well. Bye, Brecky. I gotta quick a test up.
Slash
We
I'm so
all
fast.
have a nice
Toonbolt.
rest of your day.
I haven't snatched
I'm
rate
playing
yet.
with
I need a
Stolia.
rate message. No plug today, it's fine.
Everyone give
You could
Kira
give your
all your
financial
money.
support to Zeus Pop
Everyone give me your
on
money.
twitch.tv / /pop / Zeus.
Alright. I will plus right now in 5.
No,
Wait, I
Four.
haven't even hit the. I haven't even typed
Okay.
it yet.
I'm typing. Okay, I type in
Right.
I type in Toonbot.
Toonbot.
Okay, Toonbot.
Toonbot.
I got the Toonbot.
No wolf.
Thank you, Brocken. I'm ready to raid.
Alright. 5, 4, 3,
Toonbold's
2,
PNG tuber is weird.
1.
Is
you
it?
can change it.
Yeah.
And go.
I did my slash raid.
I
I
rated.
got there first.
What? Oh, is the countdown supposed to rate and not just the enter?
Oh. Someone is late.
Alright, bye chat, bye everyone. We rating now. We. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Go bottle.